Hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Pinky. Welcome in. Yay for the device of seeing being restored. Yeah. I can see again. I didn't change much. I just changed the specs. How do I say? I changed not the 镜片 spectacular. I don't know how to say 镜片 though. Okay, let me. Hey, we learn new things every day, right? we learn new things every day. Give me a second. Chinese 镜片. Oh, lens! That's the word. Yeah. So I didn't change the lens. I only change everything that's not lens. 眼眶. Okay. 眼光 eye socket? I don't think it's really called eye socket. Lens very important but needs to be supported. Yeah. The things that being supported is broken. I don't know what it's called. Google Translate says it's eye socket. I don't trust it. I don't think it's eye socket. Also, I hope you are doing good and we're coming. All right. Oh God, eye socket. So I wanted to play Tears of the Kingdom today, but I don't get my hand on Swelt. That's why I'm playing Street Fighter 6 today. I was honestly juggling between art and or Tears of the Kingdom, and I was like, I don't get Switch. Maybe I should do art. Nah, nah. I don't. I mean, I want to do art, but at the same time, I just like, I kind of want to punch things. Breeling still in German. Google says glasses frame. Oh, that sounds more accurate than eye socket. That sounds way better than eye socket. Punching and kicking is an art too. Martial art, right? You know what? You're right. You're very right. Let's do some martial art. Martial art. Let me just disable some redeems because I'm gonna go 2D. So this time I have a bit of a idea in mind. Remember that I had the VSync on. I never tried to turn VSync off because apparently VSync takes up a lot of performance. So I'm gonna try and disable VSync and see how it goes. Hopefully it kind of works, right? Hopefully. Also, let me just re-enable the sound alerts. I think they are kind of fixed. And then just gonna disable some 3D redeem. Okay, no hypnosis. The disable really pet me. Disable, ouch. Phone stuff and yet. I'm already yawning.
TTSSTTEESSTT.
There it is. It's fixed, kinda. There we go. Very, very nice. Subtitles. It's on. Okay, let's go. Alright, I already disabled all the 3D stuff that is not going to work. Hi, Ion. Stinky. How you doing? Oh yeah, I was playing a little bit of 7 Days to Die yesterday. After I finished changing my specs, I went home just like, let's play some 7 Days to Die because they have the new update. And it seems like they sort of optimized the game a little bit, and yeah, the game runs pretty well on my PC now. I haven't tried streaming it yet, but I don't know if I want to stream 7 Days to Die. I don't know about that. There's too many games I want to play. And then 7 Days to Die is one of them, but not in a very priority, you know, not in the high list. My high list is Street Fighter 6 Tears of the Kingdom. and Art. And Dom. Pretty okay so far. Nice. Good to know. I need to drink more coffee, but I didn't bring any. It's okay. I'm ready to play. 7 Tears of Fighter 6. Damn, that's a cool name. That could be a game title. That could be very well be a game title. Oh wait, I'm still big. Okay, you got double combo. Now you only have one. Haha. Okay, I'm gonna close this and open up Street Fighter 6. Yeah, it's the thought that counts. The pet. Thank you. Deluxe edition. Why am I hungry? I literally just ate. No way. Nah, it's just my stomach. Or maybe my mouth. I want to bite something. You know the feeling where you just like, you're feeling empty and then you just want to bite something? It's not necessarily hunger, but you just want to bite something. Didn't have time yet to expand. I don't know, to be honest. I just ate and I was full. I was clearly full. And also, with Street Fighter 6... Street Fighter 6! Drank enough water? I did drink a bunch of water. Yeah. Street Fighter 6. Familiar feeling? Yeah. Good to know I'm not the only one. But Street Fighter 6, apparently it's my controller's problem. So I changed to my first ever, my blue PS4 controller. I think it's the very original controller. The other ones are like kind of forgery, but it's not like the original. So the original controller that I have, which is very old, I tried it. Everything works so good. Like all the inputs is so good. I'm telling you, it's crazy. Okay, let's test out. I already disabled VSync here, so let's try it out. This one. And I want to show some Juri combos. I mean, what I had so far at least. Let's bonk E Honda. Is the game kinda loud or is it just me? Yay for good inputs, can't trust the newfangled tech. So let me show you. So usually the call circuit input is not clean. Look at this. It is so consistent. I'm in love. Look at how consistent. Man, I am loving this. All the inputs are so consistent. I'm using this controller to play Street Fighter. Also, performance so good so far. Not very loud yet, maybe a tiny bit most. Okay. I think I could change it here, can I? Ah, that explains it. What were the input like before? I don't know. It just doesn't really do the closed circuit input. It doesn't like... Okay, I can change it now. I have my other controller. Okay, so let me change to my newer controller. That was mine, sorry. Okay, so now I'm in my newer controller. I'm gonna try to do closed circle right, alright? Closed circle right input. So it is this move, right? Let me see if I can do it well. Huh. Wait, it's okay now? Oh, there it is. No, there it is. It's a little bit more consistent than before, but sometimes I still get forward medium kick input, which is weird. Yeah, it became 266, right? Yeah, ne? the downright input is not there. The tree is not there. So yeah, this is what's happening with the newer controller. Oh my god. So if I do it a little bit faster. Okay, so far so good. It's the little bit of inconsistency that scares me a little bit. The other way. Oh. I don't trust this. I don't trust this. I am changing back to the original controller, alright? I do not trust this. That's mine. Okay. Look at that. Alright, so combo, I think my level 3 combo would be, if I can, jump in, and this into this. This delay combo works, this into this, alright. Into drive rush. Drive rush, down medium punch into down heavy punch works. So, into upgraded version of closed circle forward medium kick, this one, so that I can combo into down medium punch, I think. So into EX DP, right? Into EX this, sorry, into DP. So the light version of DP can be cancelled into special, cancelled into super. Sorry, level 3. Yeah. So we combine all of those, we get this. Ah! Why is it so hard? There it is. Look at the damage, 5,000. 5,000 damage, so good. So other thing that I have is this super, right? So apparently this super allows me to do normals into normals, the unique normals, like this. Yeah, the Gatling super. So I figure out some combo for it. I don't know if I remember. So this into super. This is basically the confirm now. This one. And then I can hold the button to charge in, and then... Oh shit, that's not the way. So medium punch, medium kick. Medium punch, medium kick, heavy kick, forward medium, forward heavy punch. Into drive rush. Into cancel drive rush, and then this. I think... No, that's not it, sorry. Hold. Into 3. And then into something else, I think. I think I can do level 1 afterwards. You want like to launch and combo in the air with that? I'd love it. Which is why I like playing Juri so much now. Level 1? Okay, level 1 works. So there, it's a manual level 3 combo. It's not very painful, but I get the style, you know. I get the style combo. I get the style points, which I love. I love styling on people. So yeah, I'm gonna try to land this on a real match today. It's sort of my goal. I kind of want to do that. So yeah, I'm gonna try. Give me a second. Alright. Also, Drive Rush into this allows me to combo into something? Look at that. That's not bad, right? Like a overhead combo? I think an overhead combo is pretty strong in Street Fighter. It's pretty good, right? And then this, I don't know what to do afterwards. I guess I can do... That's not it. Yeah, I can try that, right? They really went in on allowing overhead confirms, yeah. Requires some execution, but not as much, you know. It's it's close to full screen, I would say, or even full screen. It's a little slower on full screen, of course. You have to hold, well, not hold, you have to like wait for the drive rush a little bit to dash in and then just do this. I mean, if it's short range, then you can just spam it. But on full screen, you can wait for a little bit and then just press the button. Something like that, right? Manon has a silly one. She can just OD and combo. Yeah. The dance move, right? And then the short combo, the bump. Alright, keep it simple. The bump. Not to mention it works in mid screen, of course. Look at that. And then cross ups. What? Look at that. It's pretty good, right? And people like E-Honda can feign an overhead and do command grab. Oh shit. Wait, E-Honda can do that? Feign an overhead? Oh my god, that's scary. Oh. I don't know why it's a... I'm gonna stand a little bit... I don't know why, but... I really need a new chair for this, I feel like. I need to buy a new chair soon. Target combo overhead command grab? After the target combo? or like target combo is overhead? Sorry, I'm gonna stand a little bit. I don't know why. My chair, it's old. There's no more cushion. My butt hurts. Eh. Maybe I need to find a replacement for now. Because this is getting ridiculous. I'm okay though, don't worry. Give me a second. I don't know if putting a pillow on is good. I can try. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna try to land this combo today. Just hold. Oh, I can wait. Oh, it doesn't work. I mean, it kinda does? Yeah, maybe it doesn't work if I do it 3 hits on mid-screen. Yeah, so medium kick, heavy kick into dive kick, I think. Let's try again. Oh, maybe not heavy kick? Light kick, medium kick into that, I guess? I don't know. There it is. And then I need to EX it afterwards. Let me try a non-EX one. There. So mid-screen, like medium. Five MP, 3 HK overhead into command grab, and it connects. Doesn't it leave them in block stun after the overhead? OD dive kick, I can extend the combo a little bit further. But I think because I'm so many hit in, only super connects. Oh, I cannot heavy kick. I'm bad. I'm bad. Hey. I could try drive rush. This seems to work, I guess. Like this? No, I mean. You cancel the overhead startup after the very... Oh no, wait, what the fuck? You cancel the startup into... That's disgusting, no! What do you mean? E-Honda can just do that? Oh my god. Honda's a menace. E-Honda's a menace. Oh my god, why is it so hard? There we go. Ah! Can I try it in the corner? Yeah, it doesn't hit. It doesn't hit. Oh, hi, McLarge. How you doing? We'll come right in. My Juri knowledge is that she has big combos and many kicks. True. Doing good? Nice. I could try... Oh, this is so hard, though. Not that worth, right, I guess? So, that combo works for level 3. It's okay, Pinky. Did I miss you attempt on DJ? I haven't played DJ yet, like, at all. I'm liking Juri just because Juri has the big combo with the Feng Shui engine. This super, I love. Into level 1. Yeah, level 1 works. Bam! DJ is a rhythm super? Sorry. What's our other super? Level 1 is a projectile. Level 2 is this, which is the one that I love. This one. You can hold it and then she will rush in. And then, of course, level 3. Seems very fun, but screwy in online matches. Oh, wait, so like it has to be like timing? Oh god. Zongyov. What does DJ has? The pog face. Damn, DJ is fast? What's your... You don't have a fucking anti-air? You have a slide? No? Uncancelable? Huh. Whoa. DJ is an anti-air. DJ is everything? He fast, he zoned, he grab damage, makes feints? This jump neutral? I mean, jump... neutral jump, air to air. Air to air doesn't count as anti-air, I would say. An anti-air is more like... lowers my hitbox and then just hit. Cross up? Okay, medium kick, cross up, the classic. Light kick? His poke sucks for though cancelling. Poke sucks for cancelling. This one seems like a good punish, doesn't it? And then a +4. Wait. Whoa. Whoa. That's cancelable? Oh shit. Wait, what? Okay. Air punch that's super strong? Air punch. This is an air-to-air move then, this one? Jump medium, air to air. Jump heavy punch. Very plus. In general, if I want to go in, medium kick's the way to go, I guess. Forward jump, very combinado AA. Yeah. He doesn't reversal with cheapest super. Oh yeah, what's his super? What did... Oh. Oh. Yes. Guess. Oh. Schmicks. And a launcher? What? Oh. DP? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? They have a DP? Wait, Furimon? I don't want to download Mewtwo! I only see Mewtwo. Salazar is not done yet. I want it. Seems very changed. Yep. Doesn't he have a fireball? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This heavy. Oh. It's so slow. He charges me things? Oh no. So what is... Oh, okay, that's sick. Hey, festival. Damn, okay. People love this feint kick for mixing. Feint kick is the light version? This one? That's a weird floaty jump. Oh god. I don't want to play DJ. Why the charge input? Everything was so fun until I learned about the charge. What super do you have? What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, is this like the Deadly Ray for King of Fighter? LMH, so it's like LMH. Oh, so it's like a startup button and then just punch, kick. And what's the startup input? Okay, double Kodosuke forward punches. Okay. That's hard, I think? How do I know if I'm doing it right? Sorry, not this one. Oh! Pew pew! Wow. Am I too late or? I got it. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Oh, so when it hits, okay. Oh yeah. Dun. Fuck. Dun 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 dun. What? Towards the end, it's a little slower. I don't understand. But it's cool. Also, best move. Heavy punch seems like the hard mode super. Oh. Oh, this one just doesn't have the prompt. Medium? Oh, medium punch is like the easy version. I just pressed it and it works. Yeah, see? Oh, too late. Okay, it's hard, it's hard, it's hard. It's so hard. Damn, DJ. The greatest Sobat. Sorry, not this one. So it's just a kick? After Marvelous or Headliner Sunrise Festival connects. Low-key Marvelous Headliner. Oh? Does it travel far? I mean like the pushback or me? I don't think it hits this far. But around this range maybe? Nope, that's very short. Yeah. It's okay, I guess. Oh yeah. That's 2. Knockdown. Looks like it shoots up fast as fuck. Sure, I guess. I don't see a use for it other than just a maybe like, yeah, maybe like this, I guess, like a combo ender for a hard knockdown. It's hard, right? Yeah, it's hard knockdown. Fast, but it gets hit when another move is already out there. It doesn't have invisibility. Okay. Level 3. Oops. Wake up, mom! Yo, that's gonna hype? That's gonna hype? Okay. Critical R. Uh-oh. Good night. Oh shit. His level 3 is a rare example of me liking the non-CA animation more. Oh really? I like the CA more. It's kinda cute. You know, the quirky nature. Uh-oh. And then good night. You know, I love that. I love the CA more. So far the only CA that I don't like is Cammy's. Cammy's CH is a lot less dynamic than the non-CA one. Have you never seen DJ Super from Street Fighter 4? Can't recall. It's been too long. You still start recognizing him as the same character? I don't even remember seeing DJ in Street Fighter 4, like holy shit. I don't think I can train DJ right now. DJ cool. Okay, I think I can go online with VSync toggled off. Everything seems to work properly. Battle Hub! Here comes the necklace Tylra. Necklace. Oh, you guys might hear a lot of my controller noises because it's old controller. When I'm pressing a D-pad, please don't mind the noises. Yeah, I see the feedback is capturing it a little bit. Let's go 6. Get in there. Oh, have I ever said thank you, Roxas, for the subscribble? I don't think I did. Thanks, Roxas. Don't know if I'm still here, but still. Found it. Is that the DJ Super? Is there any way to get rid of the city collection warning? Don't know any.
Hello.
Street Vault? Street Vaulter? Your favorite special move? I guess if one wants to cast it, so be sure to really mull it over. Hadouken, Shoryuken, or Tatsumaki Senpukyaku. Ooh, of course it's sure you can. Nice. If you want to cast more votes, Ghostman finding over the Battle Hub. We have gifts for frequent voters. Okay. Cool. Sure you can. Whoa. Also, I found this. Hey. Hey. Sumo headbutt? I don't know. I want sumo headbutt as well. And then cheer. Okay, let's look at it. I don't even recognize DJ. Is this classic look in this game? No idea. Where's the voting option? There's only 3 moves. Yeah. So what festival? Damn, my PC is dying. I cannot open up too many things. Holy shit, my PC is absolutely dying. I'm scared. Is this Japanese DJ voice? Cool. Oh. and the maracas towards the end. That's not bad. I think it's similar. I didn't know that. Tylra. Cool. His classic looks in 6. Okay, good. That's cool. Although the Sobat Festival is the level 2, I think. Yeah, it's a level 2. I don't know what he's saying. Cool, but subjectively still vastly cooler in 6. I would definitely prefer the Street Fighter 6 Super. I mean, of course. The Oki looks great. Oh damn! We're basically kissing each other. Hello. That is good Oki. Excuse me, you don't even have time to think. I went to Oakington to study the great Oki. Let's go ranked. I'm gonna play Juri. I'm gonna play Feet Girl.
Time to hit people with very fast feet, also called as kicking.
This Kobo is ready. I wanna kick. Oh, why? Shoryuken! Rising uppercut! This is my favorite. Oh, why do we have a Blanca here? I should play War to War, honestly. Look at all the jank. I want the jank. Mine's too normal. Shoryuken! I think a character would be really cool actually learning some of DJ's move. Well, that's the problem. I don't really play World War, which I totally should. I should do World War off stream. It's okay. DJ Zonen. Then Avatar battles for the chaos. I never. Oh, is it like the freak fight that Max showed? 2 videos in the freak fights. Mine's too normal. I just don't have neck. That's it. Wi-Fi, fine.
Here comes a new challenger.
Chonlei. Lick. 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 Oh no, Chuni, why do you look so scary? Oh god. Nice dashing. Oh god. Oh! Who? Thank you!
Oh, what a foul. How bold should throw.
Ow. That's punishable, right? Oh! I know what I'm doing. Oh, Brian, thank you! I press a button. I'm bad. I don't know how to play Street Fighter. Thank you, Brian. 11 months. Oh my god. Kikoken. Why is Sabran so good? Whoa. Help. I'm terrible. I win. If they're playing him and play cooler, that should be pretty strong. I must have missed some chat. I'm sorry. No. doesn't work. I don't have the charge. Ow. Ow. Doesn't work. Press buttons, I have this feng shui engine. Like the tears entering this game a lot. Yeah. I love I love fighting games. Geeks. Stop. Doesn't work. Cool. Okay, punishable. Let's go! Combo!
Round 2. Fight.
Help. 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 Grab. Let's go! Let's go! I did it!
Juri.
Oh my god, this is hype as fuck. I love it. Damn, combos. I got them combos. That feels good. I was saying, like, I saw a bit of DJ gameplay from a really competent player and DJ looks really, really strong. I guess everyone can be really strong if they know how to play the character. It's a thing with fighting games, I guess. Never been my cup of tea, but watching other people play them is great. I love playing Street Fighter. Oh, I love playing fighting games in general, yeah. It's like being a pedestrian in Dragon Ball. When it's a cup of tea to play them or not, I don't think it would be anyone's cup of tea to fake it, to face against them. You're not true. Juri already growing strong early? I'm Tylra's hype man. I'll hold your quarters, go get him! I have a hype man! Any character can be really strong, but DJ is like rush down, but always out of reach. In the worst ways, really aggressive. Maybe I haven't fought a DJ yet? Shoryuken! Maybe I should add casual matches in there. You want to meet my brother? Oh? Your brother? Your brother? Being menacing? I see JoJo. Is that a JoJo reference? Is that a bite of 87? That's his face? Oh my god. Yip his face, let's go. What? That's his face. Mad lad. What a mad lad. What a giga chat. Mini 7 emote. That's what DJ Conplay looks like. We just know Guile should win the zoning is all. Guile. Sorry for saying this one. Saying what? I just hope my PC doesn't die from this. Also feet. Shift 6. DJ versus Cammy? Not gonna ask you the question done like first 2 minutes. But even then, DJ zoning is a strong thing to contend with. I mean, DJ having a two hit fireball is pretty strong. Please don't die. Oh my god. Please don't die. I ask you to stay alive, PC. Please don't crash everything. Please don't crash anything. Okay, okay. Okay, we good, I think. Okay. I think we good. Oh, it just starts, okay. That drive rush is so fast. DJ's drive rush is insane. Punish? Oh, drive rush into something, into that. Grab, dash in, bait. God damn. Okay, DJ. It's a cute winning pose. That one just looks like DJ had a really good read all the time. Good spacing in general and punish. Look at that. The spacing is insane. And another good read, insane. Yeah, it's just good reads in general. It's an anti-air. Wait a minute. It's an anti-air. I think it is an anti-air. The slide is an anti-air, okay. Corner pressure. Cammy fighting back. Oh, good whip punish. Combos? Meaty? Oh, what? Oh, what a goddamn DP, holy shit. I wonder why Spiral Arrow block strength is still in Master rank. Must have good properties. Probably. One Yipro Arrow. Yipro Arrow in Master Yip. I love neutral jump. I love a neutral jump. Oh, Kami checking. Good throw. Corner pressure. Jab strings. Switch sides. DP. Damn, another DP. How does DJ even remain the down charge with all of that and then just do a DP right after? Ooh, what a dash under. That's death. Wake up, man! Oh, that's a good win pose. Yeah, holy shit. The dash under is insane. Look at this. Yeah. and then the light kick into cancel drive rush. If I remember from my days using charge characters, you usually start charging the next move after releasing the current move. Well, yeah, that's the thing, but there's so many inputs. With DJ, you have charge inputs, and then you also have call circle inputs. And it's like, you try to do call circle inputs, and then after that you're gonna charge. It's like my brain cannot comprehend all those inputs. Some kind of tiny window of letting go and charge without losing it as well. But yeah, otherwise it's mentioned holding charge too. I don't like charge characters. No chargy character. As long as there are 45 frames, charge is given. Okay. Luxury Series go against. If a DJ know what they're doing, yeah, then it's gonna be a scary matchup for everyone. Oh, okay. Oh no. No one playing? He is? I wonder if he'll remain like this or updates change much. I can't imagine they'll nerf him too hard. I don't know if DJ will get nerfed, to be honest. JP will definitely get nerfed. JP is insane. It's the first time I've seen a all-round character. A zoning that has good normals and everything. And speaking of the devil... JP is insane. I don't like going against JP. Is that what? Didn't try to anti-air that. Good grab. Don't jump at me. Evil Dead Rise of My Wife tonight? Stop. I dashed in one too many times. Full screen grab hog. Oh my god. Stop. Stop. Don't jump.
Juri wins.
Oh my god. Of course they'll quit. So good. Nice. Good to know. I'm curious how DJ Move might interact with Juri's move on the custom character. Oh, on the custom character, it's gonna be Jank, I think. Oh, it's a casual match. Okay.
Here comes a new challenger.
Dasim? Oh, legs! Oh my god. Legs. Not like this. No. Lick, lick. Hello, legs.
Prepare your round one. Fight.
Ow! Oh, good grab. I teched. Let's go. I'll skip mine. Oh, we reacted that. Oh my god, Dawson's just moving. Yoga Arch? Yoga Arch? Oh my god! Stop. I don't think that's worth. Oh my god, the legs! The leg! I get killed by legs! Oh! Good! Good impact. Good. Ooh. Damn, you like the DI? So you like DI afterwards? I'm getting slapped. Stop. No! The teleport! Oh, I need to remember drive rush. Drive rush overhead seems good. I would never. Good in tier. That has to be punishable, right? Let's play some platformer. Ooh, that's not good enough. Help! You like that, don't you? Whoa, it bounces. Help. 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 What I do? Dislike for him fight especially? Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Ow. Ow. The floaty jump, man. Where's my drive rush? Oh. That's actually safe. Don't worry about it. Free get out of jail card? Oh, too early. Good. Good. Oh, nice mix. Let's go! Let's go! That was nasty! That was disgusting! Actually disgusting! Oh my god!
Round one. Fight. Yep.
Yippity! We yippin'! Whoa! The active hitbox.
Yep.
Woohoo! One too many. Sorry. We jabbing. Wow, legs! Stinky! What's spring for? Yoga? Stop. Oh, what? I got robbed. Uh-oh. Safe, not safe. Jet punishable. No, stop. Jab, 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 jab.
Juri wins.
It's too early to worry about stink. Never too early. You know what? Fair. It's too early. It's just one stink. That's normal amount of stink. Arch. Whoa, the arch actually if homes? Whoa! Why is that grab range? I was 10 miles away of you. Yoga. Ow. Hee
Round two. Fight.
Arch. That's punishable. Oh. What? Oh, it doesn't work that way. Eek. Ow. DP, stop jumping. My level 3? Stop. Oh! Where's my level 3? Let's go, you dead. Anti-jump level 3? Unheard of. Empty jump level 3. The new mix. We have the new mix. Empty jump level 3. DP. Stop. I think that's punishable. Only jab punishable. Yeah. I'm plus. Stop. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Okay, I'll stop. Oh, he pissed. No punish, let's go. Dashing in. Legs. Stop. Nice. Stop. Stop. Oh shit. Don't slap me, jeez. Really?
Juri wins.
Alright, I think I'm learning, question mark? I don't know if I'm actually learning. Alright, GG, good Dawson. I learned something. I didn't even anti-air once. Albeit Dawson's jumps takes like 10 years to land. Yes, I didn't mean... More casual? Alright, let's go. Any match I can get, I'll play.
Here comes a new
Oh my god, it's Marissa! It's Marissa! Give me a lick. Give me a lick. Give me give me a lick.
round one. Fight.
Oh fuck, that's a gold, Marissa. Ooh. 2 hits. What? Oh, good jab check. I'm dead. That was beautiful. Unless they know how to bonk speedsters. I don't know how to go against Marissa. I'm terrible. Ow. Whoa! Nice, I grabbed. I jumped. Oh, I have no health! I have no health!
Visa wins. Round one.
Marissa's scary. Legs. Wake up, jab. Let's go. Alright. No mercy. I'm getting bonked. Woo! Nice, I grabbed. Oh, the trade. Good shit. Oh. Oh. Oh! Oh, that was disgusting though. I was waiting for the 1-2. Oh, and then the Gladius ate it. That was so good. Let's go. Speaking of trade, does Juri has any trade combos? No idea, honestly. Nice. That's plus. Ooh, that's punishable. Whoa, good shit! Woo, one too many, I'm sorry. I'm dead. Ah! Let's go! I'll skip mine, thank you. Out! Woohoo, armor! I want it. I want it. Let's go! Let's go! Oh my god, I beat a gold! I beat a gold! Oh. 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 Nice punish. And plus. Oh, I'm too late. Oh. Ow. Ow. I tried to react to it. I'm so slow. I'm that plus. I walked into it. I pressed the button. Woohoo! Plus. Let's go! There's a combo. Alright. Nice check. Oh! Woo! Help! Damage! Level 3? No, level 3, alright. Sweet. Oh, good grab. Oh, I'm dead. Good shit. Woo. Marisa. Marisa is so fun. Alright, GG, first to 3. I respect that. Hi, Inferno. Welcome, Ru. How you doing? I'm gonna drink. I should understand that Marisa cracks. Marisa cracks when faced with pressure, but I'm just not so good at applying pressure. My pressure game is weak. I don't know how to pressure people. Sure you can. Not so good. I fell and hurt my right hip in the meds I took, making me sleepy. Oh, a sleepy med? But also hope you get well soon. Hurting hip is not fun. All the best for you with the recovery. Oh yeah, also I'm doing good. I don't know why I'm very sleepy today, but even though I have like a big cup of coffee, but other than that, I'm still doing pretty good. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. What? Don't turn into shit fighter. Sounds like more water is needed. You know what? True. Even though I just drinked. Probably gonna need more. 3-bar Wi-Fi? No, thank you. Oh, I could try it because Street Fighter 6 netcode is really good. You know what? I should try it. Any match, it's fine. Sometimes coffee gets to the point where it just makes you feel normal. Yeah. And then without coffee, it's just... I don't want to move. That kind of feeling. Oh my god. Oh my god. That guy is huge. Okay, fine. Melissa. Fire ping. Oh, I hope not. Big shoulders. What a hunk. Like, you're from Singapore. Why is it like fucking terrible netcode? Ow. Can you stop jumping? Oh! Oh! Damn, don't download shit, come on. Stop. Ooh! That's punishable, right? Stop. Have fun. You guys have a fantastic stream. Thank you, Inferno. I know the meds make you sleepy. I hope you had to get a good rest. Stop. I press button. Jump. I press button. Stop. Oh! Damn, nice overhead. This Marisa is scary. I'll do it again, bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. Damn, Marisa rust down? Ow. That's punishable. What am I doing? Oh! I'll take it. I will take it. I messed up the combo. Ooh, good call, you know what? I tried sweeping. You wanna jump? 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 Nope! You wanna jump? You wanna jump? You wanna jump? I will jump! I'm sorry! I never should have jumped! Let's go, I'll take it. Marisa always scary cool. I know, right? Two of my favorite characters on screen currently. Stop. Stop. Is that punishable? I should have reacted to that. Help! Anti-jump! Grab! Kick! Let's go.
Round 2. Fight.
Ow. Stop. I press one. That breaks armor, I'm stupid. Nice overhead. Oh! Good shit. Wait, who?
Rat, 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 rat.
Oh, it's Breen.
Rat, rat,
Hi. Oh, it is Breen. Hi, Breen.
rat,
Thank you.
rat, rat, rat,
Rat. 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 Thank you, Breen. How are you doing? I've been Rat. I mean, I'm sure Rat and Kobolds are friends, right?
Rat JAM, Rat JAM, Rat JAM.
Rat JAM. Rat Jam. How's the Breen doing? How is Alien's Dark Descent? I was looking at this like, ooh, it's not like Alien Isolation. It's something like... What's it called? Baldur's Gate? Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, I think? It's like a... what do you call them? Real-time stratagems, I think? I could be wrong, but that's what I saw. It's like, ooh, cool. It's fun and it's hard. First difficulty spike is very big. Oh no, I hate it. I don't like difficulty spike. But yeah, I'm glad it's fun. And why is everything 3 bar?
Comes a new
Manon! I'm dead. I'm gonna get command grabbed. Manon. I would jump like my life depends on it. Oh, best music. Actually, second best. Oh, are you really? Keek. Keek. That shit's unsafe, buddy. Hi, Hibbly. Oh, what did you do? Ah, leg. Excuse-moi, your 3 bars fixes it. Fixes your net good. Thank you very much. Stop! You wanna do it? I smell it, it's coming. You wanna do it? You wanna do it? You wanna do it? Oh my god! Wake up jab, let's go. Grab. Dash in, heavy kick. Oh! Help! I'm dead! Thanks for sorry. DP! Okay, we're good. How are you doing, Hibbly? Welcome in. That kick. I'm gonna do it again. I'm dead. Oh my god, my leg. Let us begin. Hey man. Hey man. What is this Manon? I'm scared. Stop. Good block. Stop. Nice combo. I'm gonna cry. I'll do it again. Oh, I'm dead. Help. Goodbye, world. Bang. I got command grabbed to death. Stop. Oh, DP? Oh, nice reaction. I'm dead. No! Damn, nice. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. I suck. I suck. I crack under pressure so hard. I think when the audio ran easy come a lot more. Yeah, true. They're Giga Chad. They don't care about that shit. Oh, nice read. I jumped. Legs. Command grab. Oh my god, this guy's a god. I'm getting schmixed. I'm getting read like a book. I'm like a history book. Oh no. I'm like a history book. I'm dead. Grab. Whoa! Oh, it's a normal grab. No wonder it's recover faster. I tried. I'm dead. What? He need more raw, super, and DI and stuff. True. I'm just too afraid to press. I'm too afraid to press DI at this point. One being that I'm trying not to use too much DI to like into my game plan just because it kills me so easily. The other one is that I feel like people around this skill level just punishes DI so harshly. It's so scary. Manon was the first character I was good with, but didn't want to play. She's very strong, but very linear. Doesn't give a lot of satisfaction, I think. To me, I feel like the command grab I love. I love a command grab. Oh! First DJ? Taking the Manon way more than I thought I would. Lick. Manon cool. But I just like Juri more because of the combo. I like combo heavy characters. Alright, let's see a DJ. What are you doing? Stop. Oh, good call. Help, help. Let's go, corner pressure. That was nasty. Ooh, nice. Wow, nice. Why? Okay, I should not jump against this guy. They like anti-airing like that. Right? I press spawn. I jumped, I'm dead. Okay, don't jump against this guy, alright? There's no need to jump, there's no need to jump. I had all the chance to not jump, alright? They're just crouching at this point. They're playing Guile. They're playing Guile DJ. That's the thing. I'm stupid. You wanna do it again? Okay. Go! I tried. Can you stop? That's right, zoning footsies.
Juri wins.
I got them footsies. Hello? Did they run out of drive meter mid-DI? Looks so weird. I don't know. Is that overhead? I didn't even try the overhead, that shit. Oh, anti-air, sorry. What are you doing? Grab? Simple. I hate it here. I messed up the combo. Got the beans. I didn't end here. Let me jump. Let me jump. I didn't do it. You're letting me recover? I'll take it, you know? I'll take it. I'll take it any day. Thanks, man. Thanks for not pressuring me when I'm burnt out. I'll take it, man. What a bro. What a bro. What a Chad broski. What a Giga Chad. Letting me recover. That's right. Now you pay for it. Thanks for letting me win. I appreciate it a lot. I could have died 10,000 times when I was in burnout. That's the thing me sees way too often. Free recovery or meter. Yeah. I don't know if maybe they're afraid of me pressing buttons. It could be that. Because I'm wild. I'm a wild girl. I just kick. I'm wildin'. I like kicking. Even against Platinum, you can just walk back and forth and they let me. Oh no, I wanna leave, I wanna leave. I don't want to fight against a JP. Lick. I'll lick you, JP. I'll lick you. Go. Now observe. Nice. Oh wow, okay. Dashing, dashing, dashing. Overhead. After someone. Oh my god. Important thing against JP, he can't command grab when the rift is there. The observe, now observe move, and then he cannot command grab. Why are you playing neutral game with me? You're JP, come on. Don't let me get in. Oh. I'm dead. Alright. Oh, nice. Combos? Now observe. Wow, what a grab. Now observe. Damn! Alright, I need to be careful about that. Am I dead? I could be dead. Get robbed! I'll take a win streak, thank you very much. Parry 100% safe since even the teleport is telegraphed. I'll keep those in mind. If I may. Can we press button? Oh! Low? No punish? Oh! Point blank command grab? I can respect that. Oh! You let me live? Oh! Damn, when JP is just setting things in, it's scary.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh my god. Good call. That's a parry, right? I jumped? Get a Joe free card? I'm trying! DI. DI, DI, DI. I deserve this shit. I 200% deserve to lose that round. I threw it away. DI, DI, DI. DI. Oh my god. Nice low. Oh my god. Damage! Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
Stop jumping! Stop. Oh! Hey. We kill! Kill JP, kick him! Wham! That was beautiful. That was good round, good round, good round. Actually, good match, good match.
Juri wins.
It kicked. That's right. Still have a chance, still have a chance. I didn't mean to backdash there. Ooh, what a grab. Oh, I pressed forward. Oh no, what's going on? Nice block. Oh, shall we? Shall we is a command grab, remember. Shall we is command grab.
Is that it then? Round 2. Fight.
Woo! Nice, good call. Too much heavy kick combos. Ooh, you got them combos. Shall we? DI, DI, DI. DI, DI. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Pressure. Light DP is hard to punish. Oh, nice. Let's kill. Let's kill. Damn, that was beautiful. I love it. Come back, come back. Where JP counter? I guess they were panicking a little bit. Oh, it's a casual. Sorry, I thought it's a ranked. Alright, I'll learn against JP then. I won't play too salty. Oh, shall we? Ooh, nice, I swept. Now observe. I got baited! Help! They messed up. Jab. Jab. Jump jab. Oh, too far. No punish, let's go. I want that side. Okay. Sweep. Ah, sweep's too slow. Pierce. Nice. Sweep. Oh, shall we? kill!
Juri wins.
Juri! Can we get to JP? Or he thinks that JP just watching? Ooh. He do have like zoning, right? I press a button. Ow. Oh, shall we? I cannot react to shall we. Another one. Oh, I'm dead. Oh! the command grab. Oh!
Is that it then?
The zoning arrow, all around the whatever E Honda does. Ooh, nice. Ow, good. Ghost. Woohoo! Whoa, 2 hits. Nice. Pressure! Get to the corner, you still shit. Pressure! No rest for you if you're going to burn out. Good job. Wow, that's plus, right? Nice. Ghost. Ow! Ow! I'm dead. Level 3. Level 3, man! I'm going in. I'm jumped. You didn't take a chance!
Juri wins.
To shreds. Don't burn yourself out. Ooh. Ow. There, now you're playing JP. EX is safe, I think. Stop. Oh my god, I cannot cross up. It's a cross up. Shall we? Oh my god, that was 10 years. Hey, that was beautiful.
Round 2. Fight.
Whoa, that was jank. Nice. Oh, they always challenge with that one. Okay, let's see if I can bait it out. Good job. Oh, shall we? I'm not taking that, man. Heavy and OD are even plus. The one who swings the cane and does an extra purple crystal hit. That one? Okay. Stop. Woohoo. Stop. Nice. Wrong button. Grab. Going in. I'm Juri. Why are you jumping? Get to the corner. Sweep. Ooh.
Juri wins.
Soundtrack is a Bob. JP's theme. JP's theme is too spooky. I like Juri's theme more mischievous. Personal taste. Ooh. Ghost. Oh! I jumped. Nope. Why? Oh. Ow. Ow. I dashed in way too much. I'm actually dead. I cannot jump that one. Miss input. Nice. That was good. That was good. That was good. Hold man on trying to coach a JP gameplay. There will be zero use to you. Oh, maybe it has some use. Matchup knowledge. Get out. Another one. If I may. If I may. If I may. Level 2, baby. Stop. Oh. Oh, shall we? I cannot jump that one. Pierce. Now observe. Get out. Corner's yours. Oh! Let's go combos. Level 2, baby. Fun. Level 2 is fun. Once Juri gets a hit, it's insane. Now I know the potential of Juri. Ooh, nice. Stop. You wanna jump? You wanna jump? What are you doing? You're just burning yourself out? Let's go. Oh, nice. Mmm.
Round 2. Fight.
The gal of this Juri. Walk in swept. Nice. Dun, dun, dun. Ulti. Now dash in. Oh, double. Okay, I can respect that. Ah, good shit. Oh, what a trade! Good shit. That was beautiful. Good pressure, good pressure, good pressure. Checked it a little too late. Ugh! There it is. Good level 3.
Hello friend. I see you're enjoying a new Street Fighter. Carry on no pressure.
Ow. Oh, shall we? I'm dead. Good shit. That was beautiful. Night Carnage, hi. Yeah, I'm enjoying the new Street Fighter. Apparently disabling V-Sync allows me to play this game now. It's been a while, hope you're doing good. Kick. Ooh. Good crap. Really? DP! Me as JP Oki saved in clipboard mischecked. Oh my god. No lick how Juri works. Yeah. Ooh, good shit. Oh, shall we? Nah. Whoa, shit. Okay. You wanna jump? I wanna win. I'll not burn out now. Dive kick. Dive kick. I noticed them they wake up backdash a little bit up to level 3 sometimes. I was betting on them doing that and it kind of worked, I think. I didn't anti-air. Shall we? A ghost, okay. Good delay grab, holy shit. Why are you backdashing so much? You're breaking yourself against the corner. Oh, shall we? I had 10 years to react. DI, DI, DI. Jump in. You jump in, I DI, you little shit. That's right. I told you. Nice challenge. I have no health. Let's go! Neutral jump! Even burn myself up for it. You can just keep doing that on round start, buddy. Yep. Yep. Ghost! Ow! Ooh, nice. Ghost! I didn't do it. Let's go! Level 2!
Juri wins.
10-2. I'm bullying. Ghost. Ghost. No ghost. Neutral. Aye. Ow. Help. Ghost. Stop. I don't like that. One too many, I'm sorry. Don't kill me. Ghost. Observe. Ghost. My leg. Observe. No. Sweet. Chibi grab. Oh. I'm stupid. Why did I try to grab that? Now I'm dead. Or not. Thanks for letting me win. Actually, thanks. That was huge. The dash in. Uh-oh. My leg. I didn't hear. Why is that move? No. No. Oh god, I'm tilted. Shall we? Ooh, that pushes back. Free. 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 The DI is so slow, man. It's so scary. See, this is what I mean by DI. If people somehow jump it over, I did 2 hits, and then I still have time to level 3. That's how slow it is. It's insane. Oh, good JP, by the way. Oh, damn. Add me as friend? Cool. Alright. We're friends now. Good JP, good JP. I learned a lot with that JP matchup, to be honest. How do I accept friend request? Oh. No, it's not this one. How do I accept friend? The only thing me thinks is confusing with the menu. Yeah, the menu is very... How do I add people as friend? Oh, here? No, this is Master's Action. Customize? I immerse the purple. How? I want to add... That guy is good. It's not in the phone. Oh god. I need to stand up. My butt hurts. I'm sorry. My boot. It kinda hurts. Okay, I'm gonna change the sitting position a little bit. All good. Okay, here we go. I'm back. The new sitting position. Navigated myself. How did that guy add so quick? Is it here?
Hello and welcome.
White breath, thank you. Appreciate it. How are you doing? It's not options, right? Is this a white breath that I know? I mean, I'm assuming too much here. Whoa, what do you mean stinky? I'm not even farting. Maybe? Okay, it is. I don't know, because I recognize one white breath that's local. Was for okay, yeah. Oh, it's in profile. Oh my god, me on stinky, jeez. Guys, I don't know how to add friend. How do I accept friend requests in this game? Golly, Mion. I'm sure I'll figure out soon. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just gonna play the game. Figure. Must go sleep. Have good DM. Global influx. Have good sleep legs. No friend, only enemy. Hibbly, no. we must make friends. That's how Cobalt lives. Cobalt have friends, and how do they get friends? They bite each other. Don't. Oh god, it's like a secret. This Cobalt farts? Nuh-uh. I'm gonna go. Where your proof, huh? Where your proof? Where I got fart, huh? I know fart, oh. Whoa, we have the same voice. I think it's in the CFN menu or whatever it's called. Tomahawk Buster? Tomahawk Buster? Rising Uppercut. Take this. You also use that character's voice? Nice. Based. Ooh. Sure you can. The CFN, right? Oh my god, the sound. Spinning bird kick. Proof? Mion, that's not proof, Mion. A dragon saying proof is not proof enough that the combo is farting, you know? You can have more than that, There's only one voice, it's not decided. Yep. It is only this voice and this voice only. Why do we have a What? Must punch. Must punch Blanca. Ooh. See, Mion's the one that's being stinky. Oh, you know, when I do this, it especially.
Why you bullying me?
I'm not bullying anyone. I'm getting bullied. When I do this move, it especially enhances that my character has no neck. It's so good. Enhances the no neck. Don't shit yourself in front of Blanca-chan. And don't call me. Wait, what? Wait, what? Did I say something? No, right? Nothing happened. Don't worry. Tomahawk Buster. What else do we have? Sure you can. Guys, no one's playing. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, this is not King of Fighters 15, right? Hey, person, do you play? Let me see if I can like find a fighting cabinet. But at the same time, I don't really want to just... I want to play Juri! I want to do combos, that's why I'm playing Juri! I mean, I would love to play Marissa as well. Marissa has big combos, but it's more commodal than Juri's one. Juri can do like short into like drive rush into some combos. You know what? Actually, Marissa is possible as well. What am I even saying? Marissa is even easier. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, why am I looking? It's Blanca-chan, but become ball forever when playing the cabinet. Blanca ball? This invested in Blanca balls. Holy shit. Fly. I'm gonna cry, no one's playing. I just figured out disabling VSync allow me to play the game. Come on, man. That's why I'm playing this today. Because it disabled VSync and now I can have the game run on smooth 60 FPS. Which is perfect. Okay, CFN. Abbreviation of Capcom Fighters Network. A central hub for information about players around the world. Oh, this could be here. Players. Request. Receive. I have 2 friends. 流浪格斗家. Okay. Become friends. Yeah. And then we have Spoofly 96. Spoofly. Alright. We friends now. I found it. Thanks. Actually, you guys found it. I didn't even find it. We are so sure you turned it off earlier. Why did you VSync on? Whatever game I play, I will always turn VSync on because my monitor, specifically my monitor, will always suffer from screen tearing issues without VSync. So that's why most games that I play, I will have VSync on. But if it means me getting that smooth 60 FPS, smooth as butter FPS, I'll do it. You know, I'll get that screen tearing. It's fine. But it does look fine here. No, the screen tearing is the screen tearing is insane. Especially in training stage. Funny enough, in training stage, the screen tearing is insane. Got used to the tearing? Oh god, I cannot. I am not used to the screen tearing, like, at all. Oh, I forgot. Oh my god. Fish bomb. Fish bomb. Guys, no one is playing. Should I change server? Is matchmaking within server or restarting? You know what? It's worth a shot. Let's do it. It's worth a shot to try restarting the matchmaking. Worth. You can matchmaking from elsewhere, so it's likely not server. Okay, good to know. Let's play more Sheet Fight. What time? 2:41? Why is it? It's only 2:41. I can play more. I can play more. I am not addicted. You are. Addicted to what? Street Fighter 6. Oh, I just remembered. Narik sent something in my Discord server. Is this Monster Hunter now?
Street Fighter 6.
Where's Monster Hunter then and later? Huh? Monster Hunter later? No? Yeah? I saw the game trailer. You know, the one that Narik sent to the server. I was like, what? I don't get to swing my phone like a sword? Are you kidding? I'm upset. They don't even show the gameplay. They did show the gameplay, but it's not what do we do in real life, you know? And what's the control scheme gonna be about? How the fuck is North America 3 bars? I don't trust this. Ooh, South America and Europe is no one playing. I want to play Monster Hunter now. The gameplay itself looks pretty good, but I just don't know what do we do in real life. Alex 之一顿暴打. Okay. Then I don't know how to read Korean. Dori Muru E? Dori Muru E? I don't know how to read that. I do not know Japanese. Alright. Now let's try this. Fit girl. So good. Yeah. Okay. I am not matchmaking here. Yeah. You seem to be reading it. I only know like the teensiest, tiniest bit of Japanese, I would say. Would you let DJ that? No, don't say that. I don't dare. Like, I don't dare to just get into a fighting cabinet to fight someone. Also, do you guys recognize this music? This is the music that I listened to for at least 7 hours during my art stream. Art stream 7 hours just this music? I love it. The battle hop music is to die for. Change cabinet. Oh, too far. This sounds like Luke's theme, but calmer and different. Very different. The vibe is different. It's vastly different. Okay, no one's playing. I'm in the mood for shit fighter. Man, I want to play Juri. Okay, you know what? Let's go find a fighting cabinet. God! Whoa! Megatron? What is this? Why is it shiny? Why is that shiny but I don't see anyone? Formation players. I want shiny though. I kinda want that shiny though. Why do you not shiny? Because there's someone already. There's 2 players fighting already. In spectate? Can I just like join them? Can watch? Alright, I'll do it. I never really tried spectating, but then I remember I did it in Damn Spring Hurts. Should be fine. Oh, somebody's it's the Megatron.
Here comes a new challenger.
Hi Ken. It's the Megatron that's trying to kill me. Lick. Oh, you're from Japanese.
Round 1.
Modern Ken? Oh no. Why am I fighting against a modern Ken? Oh. No punish? DP? Yeah, modern Ken. DP, man. Yo, DP is literally... Yeah, there we go. Forward Y. It's so easy. Kimeru. DP. Oh my god, all my buttons I'm losing. I'm stupid! Oh, good. Can break with poking. Can kick seems really good. I think that's punishable. Damn, what the backdash? I think that's plus for them. Oh! What are you doing? Oh, good DP. Yeah. I deserve that. I'm so bad. Yeah, cabinet match is kind of laggy, to be honest. It's weird. You notice the ping, right? And the rollback frame is like 2 or 1. And the ping is like 110 something. I can spectate another cabinet? Okay, let me leave this cabinet. I want to see the shiny matches. Why is it shiny? The netcode is good. Not my netcode. My netcode is like 2 bars, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna spectate. I'm not gonna join queue. What? What the fuck? Holy shit! What is? Whoa! Oh, catching up. Okay, okay. Whoa! Oh, there it is. Okay, we're in. Damn, Kimberly seems really good. Kimberly's good. I'm spectating, right? I'm not joining. Oh. Whoa. That's punish. Interesting combo. Stand still. Ooh. Mercer catching up. Why is it shiny? Is it because they are both like master rank question mark? But they don't show the rank. It also seems like jumping against Marissa is really strong. Marissa don't have good anti-air. And if we jump over Gladius like that, we win. Yeah, I kind of see it. That's tough. No punish. I think that's safe because it's like max range. Damn, what a confirm. Combos? Ooh, combos! Nice reaction. Check. The glowing cabinets grants double something. People were not sure double what, but double something. Okay. Alright, I'm good, I'm good. I'm gonna play. I'm not here to watch. I mean, I'm here to watch a little bit and play a lot more. I mean, 4 to 5 bars is not bad. I don't want 3 bars. 3 bars seems a little risky. You know, I'll put in 3 bars. 3 to 5, 3 to 5. Not 2. 2 is too much. 2 less. Alright, let's try it. Let's hope this works. If not, then I might... Do I want to change to Tekken if there's... If I cannot get a match here? Oh, I just play War Tour. 1 bar or less. Oh god, no. No 1 bar. I can't understand why. Don't make me play Maple Story, I swear to god. Do not make me do it. War Tour earning those sweet, sweet sumo moves. Oh, oh! Match! It's a match! Oh my god! Let me give you a Rafiki! Rafiki! Whoa. Wow, this guy's very new. I tried. Drink. Ooh. I tried. Why?
Juri,
Don't touch your stock far away while Jamie drinks. Yeah, I cannot let Jamie drink. A few Juri do that, usually good for them. It's not worth the trade, to be honest. Jamie's theme! Ooh! Ooh, this guy's go for big combos. But you're burnt out. Why are you doing that? Bonus yours? He's swinging! I cannot pressure him, we're just swinging! Nice DP. He's just swinging! Quick grab. Neutral jumping. Ooh! Stop! I'm just gonna spam it now. Yes, I didn't mean to forward dash there. This guy's like jabbing. Why is that? What are you doing? And I'm dying to this? Oh no. I'm bad. I am terrible. Wake up, super. They don't know. You gonna drink? Combos. Nice. I don't know why am I suffering against this person so much. I'm dead. I'm bad. I deserve this. Can I drink? Can I drink? Oh shit! I didn't block. I didn't block. When they have so much problem punishing Juri super is so weird. They never see Juri do that, I guess. Like full screen level 1 super. That's all I can think of, honestly. Wow, damn. Overhead. Range. Stop. Most likely a familiarity issue. Jamie just swinging. I'm so bad. I'm dead. Right? Let's see. I don't know what to do when Jamie's swinging like that. I seriously don't know. I'm trying to find answer to like when he's swinging like that. I cannot. DP? DP sounds good. Level 3. Oh! This is punishable? Yeah, punishable at least. Oh my god, the moment I press a button. Yeah, Jamie's just swinging, I don't know what to do. Use fireball? Fireball? Okay, okay. The whiff punish of this guy is insane though. Rafiki is insane. 2. Punishable, okay. grab. Good jump.
Round 2. Fight.
I cannot press a button. Good check. Yeah, Jamie's swing is so scary. Now, time to learn. As pissed as I am, I need to learn. I tried. I thought I'm fast enough. Yeah, Jamie is in burnout. Recovers really quick, I think. Look at all the counter hits. How does this guy know when I'm gonna press a button? That was fast. Good. I can jab too.
Juri wins. Round 1. Fight.
Right. Ow, not worth. Ooh, yeah, that's not the answer. EX safe? That is so insane though. Oh, dude! Even a sea sponge can see that. Where's my tech? I pressed it so hard though. God. Oh, nice low. Oh, second does it come out? That was a good round. I deserve that. Here, jump that one. Whoa, that's stink. I don't think that's reaction, but coincidence, you know. Still good call.
Jamie wins.
You know, I've been winning so much, it's time that I lose, honestly. It is time that I lose and learn the hard way. Okay, I guess you don't want to play anymore. Okay, fine. I think it's just my own mentality. When people are winning against me and then they just sort of leave. My brain, this is all my brain. I don't think they work that way, you know. But my brain immediately thinks that, oh, am I not good enough for them, so that they leave. My brain immediately went there, so which makes me feel even worse, which is terrible. I don't know why, but it is how my brain works, I guess. Sanic, oh my god, it's Sanic, the myth, the legend. Too late. Whoa! Nope. Not. There was no reaction, but. Oh! Ow.
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh. Ooh, nice. Level 2. Oh! They're just high crushes. Nice. I'm dead. Asian Cant is so rare. Why is Cant keep backing up? I don't understand. Oh, nice. Me has that feeling too. Oh no, that's slower than that? That was too thirsty. Too thirsty, number 2. I'm dead. Nice combo. Good grab. Sweet. Nice. Ooh. Yeah. I played terribly. Cant can switch heists so often, we notice. More space for me to work with. They keep backing up, it's so weird. Look at that. Why? I tried. I pressed it. Get to your corner. Corner is yours. I don't want it. No. Let's go, Combo City! No damage, I'll take it.
Juri wins.
I'll take the level 3 manual. Why leave? Can you not take the loss? Okay. It's a 1-1. Me even had a few cans who jump from corner to go. You know what? Actually, I've seen that before, yeah. A can that jumps like a monkey. It happens. I actually see it in person. Only normal. It's very patient in comparison. True. It's very patient. Yeah. I don't know about patient or just trying to bait out the triple kick. You know. Because towards the end, I just realized if I reach a certain distance, because my walk speed is slightly faster than Ken, at a certain distance, I did DI, they immediately did the triple kick. So I think they're just trying to bait out that move. That's why they like to walk back and not jump. I call out and then maybe they don't like it, you know. Why am I finding this a platinum? I'm minus. Damn! Damage! I got snowballed! I cannot DI that. Doesn't work that way. Oh no! Oh no! Damn, Marisa is so scary! Holy shit! Oh my god. Damn. Oh, I kicked a platinum? Oh, hi, Nocti. I cannot do that. Don't do that. Nice, that was minus for me. I hate it. Let's go!
Juri wins.
Playing out my mind. How are you doing, Nocti?
Round one. Fight.
Woohoo! Damage! Neutral jump him. Nice. I tried backdashing, help! Oh, chip? The chip? Okay.
Final round. Fight.
Ooh. Nice. That was minus. I cannot do that! Why? Why did I try to DI that?
Marisa wins.
So even despite the rank difference, so bold. I'm a kobold. I tried. Woohoo! Neutral jumping. Nice. I'm getting bullied. I'm dead! I'm dead! I burned myself out! Ah! Unfortunate. Ooh, nice. Good call. Too much heavy kick. I'm dead. That was random. Let's go! Stole the round. Oh! Ow. Oh, I'm dead. Ow, 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 ow. Not my chin. Not, not my chin. That was fast. Wow, good Gladius. That was beautiful, man. God, this guy's playing with me. I'm honored. What? Ooh, nice. What? Oh, I should have jumped. I saw it coming too. A little too late. Nice. Oh, good check. I tried to jump there.
Round 2. Fight.
Whoa. Damn, that was nasty. I'm dead. I jumped again. I shouldn't have done that, but I'm doing it anyway. As a respect, I guess. I'll take it. I'll take the round. I'll take the round. You know, I'll take the round. It's not worth. I'll take the round.
Final round. Fight.
Whoa! Don't do that! Don't do that! I was panicking 200%. I was panicking 300%. Isn't A looks so weird? I was minus. That's not punish, I jumped. It seems very hard to read. When I'm playing out my mind, I guess a little bit. Ooh, good grab. Whoa! Don't do that! Ow. Let's go! I've tried again. Nice. My silver is leaking. My silver rank is so loud right now. You know? Damn, nice. I'm dead. I'm dead. No. My face. Good shit, man. My silver rank is leaking so hard just now. God damn it. Fuck. Oh god. That hurts. That hurts. That really hurt. Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Nice. Almost. Where's my grab? Where's my grab? There was supposed to be a grab inside there. Double. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, I deserve this. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Neutral jumping. Neutral jump again. Ow, I regret. Stop doing that! Me? Oh. Ow! No! One more hit, I could have won! One more, dude. Yeah, good shit, good shit. Thanks for playing with me. Really good, Marissa. God damn it, man. Oh, that was so good. Congratulations on being dead. No. I don't want to be a dad or mom. God, that was so fun though. Yeah, having had close matches. True. I thought I'm just gonna get bodied by a platinum player, but I had some fun matches there. I'm very pleasantly surprised. Very. How long have I played Street Fighter 6? Let me check. Total playtime 25 hours. That's a day worth of Street Fighter 6, and I think I played pretty well. Me is in a weird position, also having good chances to win against platinum people at silver. Well, that is right. I had a weird feeling. This is such a weird feeling as well because I was struggling against a Jamie that's just swinging, and then I'm not really struggling against a platinum player who's playing footsies and Street Fighter. Oh god. Oh, okay.
Here comes a new challenger.
Yeah, we have resonated. The lick. Wow, one punish. DP? I can respect that. Good crack. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, nice. Whoa! I am not blocking my legs at all. I need to change that. Yahoo! You can play that game.
Juri.
I did a combo. Feels good. Are you one? Yeah. Nice. I press one. Whoa, nice. I didn't expect the dive kick. That was good. If I blocked the dive kick, I could have won with jab punish. My leg. Ooh, DP. Alright, I'll take it. You want dive kick? I read the chat. Good grab. Oh, I pressed it! I'm dead. Ooh. No! That's right. I'm not doing double tree. Yeah, that was good. Oh. Oh, I fought like a cornered rat. I'm a cornered kobold. Do not ever test me. With the DI, I will DI back. Juri matchup becomes so much easier once me learn dive kick can be DI punish. I read that and was like, yeah, I'm waiting for I'm waiting for dive kick now. Test of your reflexes. And I did it. Take this.
Keep going. Take this. Nice move.
Take this.
Take this. Take this. Take this.
I love how people are saying nice, and I'm just here punching. Take this! Fart. Take this. Kimbali? It's the first Kimberly of the day. Lick. 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 Need to jump in? Why are you swinging? You're so scary. Legs. Oh god. Nice. Ooh, that's so fast. DP. Whoa. That was sick. That was OD. Why? I can react. I'm bad. I'm bad at the game. Oh! Soggy bread pit. Juri? Yeah. Juri main. Hi, how you doing? I'm dead. Oh! Nice overhead. Thanks? I'm dead? Wake up, super! I am desperate. I need some breathing room, please. Get kicked. Get feet. What are you doing? Buffering so hard and I went for it. I was like, what is that movement? It's like, oh, when I jump and they just hit me. The buffering is real. You see Kimberly's like, this is so good. Good Kimberly though, I have to say. Holy shit, I don't know what to do. So you seem to go for grab after that because of that combo. So it seems that you're trying to get that combo here. Low? I'm scared, I don't know what to do. Usually disrespects our Kimberly's pressure seems to work so far. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. By disrespect, I mean jabbing, right? Get out! Don't touch! No touchy! Good. I tried to react on that. No! Don't even try it. Stop. Do not. I'll jab you out of it. I have a jab. Oh, I have a jab! Help! DP! Uh-oh. Ah! Damn, that's good. Yeah, just by disrespecting Kimberly, it does work. I have to say, it does work. Just putting in jabs in there, Kimberly suffers a little bit. Okay, that's good to know, that's good to know. But of course I cannot just like mindlessly jab the whole. It's different than actually disrespecting. Tempo, yeah. Nice. Whoa, that's insane! Oh, it's platinum. Oh, that explains it. I just realized, oh, platinum. Do they know how to punish this? It's a platinum. I didn't even see. Help! Nice. Oh, nice. If I see... Ugh! Woo! Let's go! I beat another platinum! Oh my god! If I see a teleport down heavy punch, I do. Alright? Oh! Neutral jumping. I regret my decision. Ram. Nice low. Stop. Let's go! I like Kimmy and Juri. Nice. Juri's a good choice. I like Marissa and Juri. Stop. Why? I mean, I'll take it. Whoa! Nice. Oh! I almost railed through it. Am I dead? Level 3? Yeah, there it is. I'm dead. Good shit. I got scared. I got scared. Maybe? Oh! I jumped. I jumped. I jumped. Nah. Okay, all good, all good. Oh! I ducked. Nice. Ooh, what a cross under. I dug. I tried to grab. I tried to buffer level 3. Nah. Kimberly's so scary. Kimberly's so spooky. Lurk shopping. Alright, good luck shopping. Ow. No! I pressed it! Too late! Nice. The cross under. Oh! They're plus, they're plus. Do not press button once they drive rush in like that. They're mad plus. Okay. Double jump, I can respect that. I press button! Good grab. Yeah, good. We danced, we danced.
Kimberly, win!
We're just having fun, it's okay. It's casual match, there's no need to play salty. The dance. God, so Platinum is kind of scary to be honest. So I fought 2 Platinum players today. As a silver Juri, I fought 2 Platinums today. I feel like Platinum matches is more fun? Question mark? Although, yeah, I do crumble when I meet with mad pressure. Like when I'm in the corner, especially, people just like press buttons like I don't know what to do. I crumble. I don't know how to deal with pressure. So I guess that's the one thing I need to learn definitely. Like don't crack under pressure, react to DIs, and then anti-air those jump-ins. Although to react to all of those and also tech throws is unreasonable, right? It's unreasonable. So that's one thing to note. But yeah, that was fun. Lick.
Round 1. Fight!
I win. Not bad. Play slow, play slow.
Round 2. Fight!
Nice. Hidden. Ow. Deep. Is jab punishable? I wanna win, I wanna win, I wanna win. Let's go! That was beautiful.
Juri wins! Round 1. Fight!
My leg. Ow. TP.
Round 2. Fight!
I hate it here. Hello, where's my super? Where's my super?
Juri wins!
My level 2 super. I want to play. I want to play the game. GG. Good Juri, good Juri. Very, very nice. Oh, that was quick.
Rising uppercut.
What? Why?
Rising uppercut.
Rising uppercut. What? But why? Oh. Oh my god, everyone's using Wi-Fi? The first look though. Like Hong Kong? China? One of them. I'm not good with the flags. Modern control, Luke. Sandblast. Sandblast. Rising uppercut. Sandblast. I'm dead. Sandblast. Damn, these guys are gone. They know when to jump. Damn, I don't know what to do. What I do with that string? That string is... I've seen that string so much. I don't know what to do. Oh, good call. Good DP. The Lukening. What did I do with that string? The Sandblast. There has to be something that... Can I parry that? That's one way. Nice punish. Sandblast. Rising uppercut. Nice. Oh damn. No, not punishable. That's not it. That's a safe. Kind of a safe move, I guess. It's jab punishable, but not level 3. Oh damn, alright. I'll do it again. Help! Sandblast! Stop sandblasting! I messed up. Hi Dom. Sandblast. Sandblast. You cannot burn yourself out against Juri, man. That's dangerous. How are you doing, Doc? Oh, thank you. I would drink after this. Sandblast. 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 Good. DP. DP, let's go. Sleepy? Oh yeah, it is like 12-hour difference. Sand Blast. Sand. Hey man. You wanna play zoning? You wanna play footsies? You wanna play footsies? Stop that shit. Alright, learning. 4 a.m. Yeah. Gosh, if you want, if you need to get some sleep, go. Sleep important. Yeah, it is 4. It's 4:08. Oh my god. But still, it's always nice to see you stopping by. Let me just stand on air for a little bit. Sleep is for the weak? No, I am very no. I am very weak. I want sleep. Maybe I'm weak. Maybe being weak is not too bad, you know. I'm gonna stand up. Aye. Also, I'm gonna think.
We currently have a player on a winning streak.
Oh, okay. I might need to buy a new chair soon. I feel my butt hurt. Chair's too tough. How new is that PNG tuber? Quite new, but it's not 1 month old. Yeah, it's not 1 month old yet. It's cute. Don't know if I've seen it. It's done by Barnaby. Yeah. Barnaby did this.
Here comes a new challenger.
Lick. She did it so good now. I am loving this PNG. And the socks, the trans socks, I love it. It's better. Oh my god, leg. I'm feeling it. Nope. Good grab. It's better. I don't know if this works. Oh! Fair enough, fair enough. I don't think I know Barnaby. Barnaby? Barnaby Bear. Uh-oh. Oh! I'll give it a shout afterwards. Give me a second. Ooh, good grab. I'm terrible. I'm going in. No, the grab. Good grab. Good shit. I tried. Good DJ, good DJ. That's cute. That's a cute one. Barnaby baby? What do you mean Barnaby baby? Oh. Ow. Was that rollback a little bit? I don't take that mix. Oh wow, good call. Am I dead? Oh my god, damage! Good shit! Damn, DJ is high. Whoa, lag. Rollback. Oh god, teleportation. Oh, the cross up, I'm dead. Good shit. This DJ is good. Oh, maybe I'm just playing dumb. Good shit, good shit. DJ is hype. But I tried out DJ a little bit just now. It's just, I don't like the charge input. I really don't want the charge input. Okay, so this, let me do a shout out for Bar. I believe this one. There she is. That's the Barnaby Bird. That did my PNG tuber. And check her out. She good. Actually, kind of want to go toilet for a little bit. You know what? I'm taking a small break. Yeah, I'm taking a small break. Let's pause the matchmaking. I'm gonna go for a little break real quick. I'm just gonna be here doing cheer. Oh, actually, no, check me out. Right, check me out. Yeah, check me out. and then I'm just gonna like get this in for the break. Perfect. And also this one. Kobo says be right back. Toilet break. I'll be right back. Give me a moment. Now you guys hydrate as well, you know. Take this chance. Hydrate, important. Yeah. I'm back. Holiday took a while. Oh, hi Brecky. Look at that kitty. Look at that kitty. How you doing, Brecky? Welcome in. Ooh, I think I need to weaken English to explain what happened, but ow. Stomach issues. Stomach issues. I'll keep it that way, alright? No, I don't want to be too obvious. Also, what's with the reward? I fixed some janky code and now I'm gonna get back to drawing. Ooh, nice! Janky codes fixed? Very, very nice. Can't wait to see you get back to drawing as well. It's always such a vibe to look at you draw. Okay, let's get back to... I'm gonna enable both ranked and casual. Also, good gods, today is extremely hot. I am sweating inside an air-conditioned room. Gwheel? First Gwheel. The one I'm working on right now even has a background, and backgrounds are impossible. Background code? Or animation? Worsen. Oh no, I don't know what to do. I'm bad. I'm so bad right now. Where's my drive rush? Pression. Ooh, that's so fast. Oh, just one drawing. Oh.
Hollow. Just dropped by to say hi. How's stream?
Hi, Tinkter. Oh, I almost ran into it. Damn, nice combo. Oh, I'm dead. This guy's good. I'll take it. Stream skid? Playing a lot of Juri? Loving Juri a lot? Let's go! That was a good round. Added a new redeem that gives you a drawing where I actually put effort in and someone immediately redeemed it. That's why I'm working on for drawing. Wow. That's a huge commitment. Good grab. Oh! Thanks. I'll take it. Say the 100k point, hoping it's not going to be redeemed too much, especially when it's hard to save points with Paul. True. I want to save points for the Board of Honor or something. Like honorary mention. Yeah, the Dragon Certificate. I want the Kobo to be in there. Whoa, okay. Play it slow, play it slow.
Juri wins.
See, the thing is, I actually had an idea about a few months back that I want to do a 350k points where I just sculpt a high resolution model for someone. It's not even like fully rigged, just sculpting and the render. That's it. Like I was contemplating of doing that, but I'm a little bit scared. Like I had the idea of doing that. It's very scary, but at the same time, people deserves it. Like imagine I put 350k and someone redeems it. Now that is a loyal viewer, you know. So it's like, I'm both happy and scary, you know.
Showtime, baby.
I love DJ, but I don't want to play DJ. I'm feeling it. Ed better. I'm dead. I'm feeling it. Ow! Oh yeah. Help! Oh. I cannot react to it. I'm so bad.
Emotional damage.
Oh yeah. Ugh. God damn it, man. Oh my god, I cannot react to it. I'm so bad. Mainly doing because I am too anxious to take money for commission, so it's a way to ease me into taking money. Oh, that's a good one. I kinda want to try it then. Hi Theo. Emotional damage. Ow. Damage. Ed better. Another one. Fair enough. I teched. Did you hear that button press? I swear to everything that is dragon, I fucking teched it. Damn, the schmicks after getting hard knocked down is kind of scary. What? I'm feeling it. Oh, festival! Oh, I'll take it. Basically, getting experience with focusing people. That's a good call, honestly. Oh, it's a mega punishable. Okay. What the hell is that? Oh! Is that a mega anti-air? I think that's death. Wake up, man! Oh, that traded. Bad trade, bad trade. I'm now at 42k 800, so I don't know how well 50k works. Oi! I regret. Oh! Help! Good grab. Mummy! I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Yeah, like I said, I crack under pressure too hard. Good shit, good shit. That was a good DJ. Very strong, very scary. So you're saying that you have the redeem at 50k? The drawing? Oh, 100k, sorry. So you have like 100k, so people redeem that, it will be like a full-fledged painting? Digital artwork? Full-fledged digital artwork. Oh, that's a huge commitment. Like I don't even dare like set a 350k for like a full-fledged working 3D model. But I was thinking maybe a sculpture or full body sculpture would do. Because I really don't like doing the riggings and shit. I can show you the whip for the one I'm working on. I can yip you the yip for the one I'm working on. Yeah. Can I look at it? I kind of want to look at it. I'm gonna stand up. Okay. Really need to keep changing my sitting position. There we go. Okay. I do a lot of detail work still. Ooh. I'm sure this is not gonna kill my PC, right? It's just loading a picture. Oh my god, it's so cute. Oh, it's a fur dragon too. Oh my god. Fuck around and find out. It's fine, don't worry. Damn, that's cute though. Dang, that's cute though. So yeah, a lot of detail work still, huh? to do shading, lightning, clouds, and water. Oh god. Those details. Ah, I see. Good luck. I am absolutely terrible at shading. I did 2D work before. Terrible. Yeah, I'll give you all the good lucks for you. It is tough, but you got this. All right, you got this. It takes time, but I'm sure it's gonna look good. Although, honestly speaking, though, just from this, I already liking it. This is like flat color, right? Flat color with some gradients here. Look at the rainbow wings. God. Rainbow tail. Rainbow fur. No markings here. Chest fluff. The classic. You can never go wrong with chest fluff. The classic horn. Good shit. Flat colors basically. Looking good. Looking good. Not biased. As somebody the dragon design for this one. Whoa! You did a design. So this is your creation. Oh my god. Yes. Rainbow wings. Yes. I mean, it's not necessarily rainbow. It's just like, do we call this teal? Teal pink? Teal magenta color blend. Look at that. Good choice of a color. Fuck yeah. And it's not only because I'm biased towards purple and pink. I love everything about this. Not biased towards purple and pink. Even though I'm biased, even though I'm like purple and pink, you can look at this little kobold at the bottom right. I am purple and pink. I have to say, purple and pink is a really good combination. And then I went to color study. People were saying that, oh, you want complementary color. It's like, oh, I mean, you do have a complementary color here, sort of. Purple yellow. Like the color wheel exact opposite. That kind of stuff. I never really look into it. It's like, oh, I just slap whatever color that I like. And then at the same time, as a general rule of thumb, I don't want to slap too many colors in one subject because they would be too visually loud. You know, those kind of stuff. Commentary doesn't always look good. Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of ways you can do color. There's so many ways. It's sky's the limit. If you like the color, slap it on. And you feel like the accent is going to complement the color a lot, do it. Experiment. Try it. You know, try it. If you don't like the color, try again. There's so many choices of color that you can just slap it on and then just like, I like this. Or, maybe I could change this. Or like, the accent doesn't really complement the whole color that my character has or the subject has. It's fun. I don't know about any color theory. I just like, oh, I like this color. Let me try out a color that's sort of similar to this color. You know, decreasing value, increasing value, decreasing brightness, increasing brightness. Or like just change the hue in general. It's like, yeah, it's fun. I like messing around with colors. Especially a 4-way complementary. Yellow, brown, purple, and turquoise are in the square of vision. Oh, yeah, you're right. It is pleasing to the eye. The underbelly brown. This is cute though, look at that. Little teeth. I like the little teeth. Speaking of teeth, God, I need to do art and then I need to put in the teeth and also the tongue for my character. I haven't done it still. It's supposed to be sneezing. Okay, now you're just... That's what they wanted. It's illegal to make a sneeze too adorable like this. Like, you're just gonna make me melt at this point. Like, it's illegal. Nuh-uh. You're gonna tell me that, oh, it's a sneeze. I'm gonna melt. It's too cute. I thought they were just like having fun flying around, but they're sneezing. Oh my god. I gotta cry. Yeah, very nice. I'm loving this. Also, nice design. If like your own creation, really good. You get a cobalt, you get 2 cobalt thumbs out from this little gal right here. All right. They said they just want the character sneezing and may went a bit crazy with it. You know, sometimes. Did my brain just shut down? I think my brain just shut down. It's like, you know, sometimes in my brain just like, you know that. What I wanted to say, I forgot. I hate it. Why? Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing, brain? God damn it. I don't remember. My brain shuts down. It's like my brain did a hard reset. Oh my god. Oh my god, it happened again. I just thought of this flying pose and needed to do it. Yeah, it's cute. I love. Very, very cute. Very, very love. You know what? This is a good time to mention that I blame I blame the slight brain injury when I first got my diabetes. Excuses. I blame it still. Excuses though. Yeah, I legit don't remember what I wanted to say. Oh my god. Why is that a thing? Sorry for stopping your stream. No, it's fine. I love people sharing arts with me. I love looking at them. Even though I don't do art myself, I do sculpture. Lick. Lick. Lick.
The pleasure is mine.
The pleasure is mine. Dive kick! Whoa. Nice combo. Stop! Grab him. I hate it here. Oh my god. Steel art. Oh, thank you. Why can I not combo now? Oh no, I got grabbed. I'm disrespecting it now because I jumped way too many times. Manone's scary. Manone's scary. Manone's scary. Manone's very scary. Combos. Huh. DP. Okay. I bet it all. I bet it all. No! No, I'm dead. Oh! Help. No, I don't want to dance. I don't want to dance. Oh! I don't want to dance. I don't like dancing. I'm Juri. Manon is so fucking scary. With each command throw she puts in, it makes me sweat. It's so spooky. Oh my god, help. Oh, I forgot about it. There we go. Purple combo finally. It doesn't work! I'll take it. I will take it any day.
Round 2. Fight.
Ow. Eat. I missed the beat. Don't. I hate it here. Not like this. No, I'm dead. Ugh. I'll do it. Why does it not work? Why does it not work? Why? I hate it. I hate it. Why? Why does it not work? No. Twice. Nice. Ah! Too far. Oh! I didn't jump. I didn't jump. Help! No! Good shit, good shit, good shit. I panicked. I panicked so hard. Good, Manon, so scary. The fear factor is real. I am scared. I am terrified. Every time when I fight against a command grabber, I'll just be like, I will jump. I will jump to save my entire livelihood. If I do not jump, I will die. I will absolutely get destroyed if I do not jump. I will die if I don't jump. Lick. Lick. Lick.
Round 1. Fight.
Let's go, Cammy. Hey, I didn't react to it. Good grab. Thanks. I'll do it again. Corner's yours.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Damn, footsies. Oh, why? Ah, ow, 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 ow. Good level 3. Hi, Brian. How's the specs? Really good. Damn damage. I'm wildin'. I'm wildin'. I'm telling you, I'm wildin'. I'll jump. I am Juri. I will jump for the life of me to save my life. I will jump. Also, the specs are really good. The new specs. I didn't change the lens. I just changed the frame. You wanna play footsies? You wanna play footsies? That's right. Ooh, good grab. I'm dead. Ooh, range.
Round 2. Fight.
I'm showing you the answer. I'm showing you the answer. You like footsies. I like footsies as well, but I know the answer. I know the answer, I'm sorry. I'm wildin'. Wham! Good combo.
Juri wins.
Hi again, I am.
Round 1. Fight.
Right? Good combo. Here's your jumping. Really? Good call. Good shit. See? Now you know the answer. Ow. DP! I'm dead. The sequel? I'm dead. The sequel? I cannot believe it. The sequel? Really? The double DP they never expected. Good crack. You wanna jump? I feel it. I feel like you wanna jump. Good crap. Spiral arrow. This guy's definitely played Street Fighter before. Not like me, I never touched Street Fighter before, and I feel like shit. What? Ow. I'm wild in. Let's go. Wild girl, you don't even try me. A full combo! And a grab. And a grab. And a grab. That is nasty round, I have to say. That round was nasty. Yeah, good. Good cameo, good try, good try. That was a really... That person was really good. For information, you only got a few quarters left. Mom, can I get a few more coins to play in the arcade cabinets? I just want to play some Street Fighter 6. Like, I would love that. That would be nice. I need more coins to play Street Fighter 6. It's the new hype. I need to play it. Unless that's not the quarter you're referring to, then I'm sorry. Man, I miss going to the to like the arcade places. There's none in Cebu, there's none in Miri. It's like I fucking hate it. I fucking live for it, but now there's none. Hikoken. One charge. Oh, good. Ooh, good control. Help! I'm Weldon, where's my DP? Good shit. I burned myself out. I cannot believe it. She just came by and dropped off like $10. You're good to go for a while. Damn, $10 is like 40 something ringgit. That's huge. It's not it. Damn. Ooh, nice. I'm bad. Okay, when I don't know how to open them up, the drive rush overhead seems like a good idea. Let's throw that into my game plan. Good grab. Ay! Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I got thirsty. Good grab. I got so thirsty there. That was bad play from me.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, no second hit? I press one. I press one. Good. Oh. Let's go. Play it so slow. Play it so slow, dude. Take our damn time. There's no need to rush. We have 100 seconds of fighting here. Good. Oh, I'm doing it again. I threw it away. I threw it away. You grab. Yo! Let's go! Let's go! My god, taking our damn sweet time! My god, I love this! So slow, we are playing so slow. Oh, welcome back, Pinky. It yip like you're winning. No, we're 1-on-1 right now. This is ranked. Nice. Oh shit. Whoa, so meaty. That was good. 谢谢. Why are you saying it like that?
Round 2. Fight.
No! 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 I was waiting for it. No! I want to win. I want to win. I want to win. Slam! Oh, the kill! Oh my god, that was so good. That was so good. That was so good.
Juri wins.
A mega patient Chun-Li. That was insanely fun, dude. That was insanely fun. I am playing out of my mind, trying to outzone or out footsie Chun-Li. That was so good. And I never realized how strong standing heavy kick for Juri is until I just keep spamming it to a point where I just like win the footsies with standing heavy kick alone. Like so good. Super strong button. And like I cannot special cancel it, so when people do DI, I'm dead. Yeah, beware the DI. Like that Chun-Li was so patient. I rarely see a DI, you know. Which is also why my standing heavy kick can excel with the footsie game. I was putting a little bit of DI in between, so maybe that's why she was using a lot of heavy standing kicks as well, I think. Like the very far-reaching big kick that I assume is also uncancelable. And maybe because she saw me use a few DIs that she's afraid to use it. Question mark? Probably. That's what I can think of. Because towards the end, she was using all down medium kicks. Down medium kicks or like just medium punches. Heavy buttons usually can be cancelled, which is like fair because some of them is very far-reaching.
We currently have a player on a winning streak.
The ones which can be are nasty. Juri does have forward heavy punch, can be cancelled. Back heavy kick can be cancelled. But I don't use them because forward heavy punch has range, but slow as fuck. Because Juri does step forward a little bit. They're stubby. Yeah, they are very stubby. They step forward very slow, and then back heavy kick is very, very stubby. 2 hits though. But there's like no range. So those one I use for the level 2 combo. I do like medium punch, medium kick, heavy kick into forward heavy punch. The 2 kicks, drive cancel into back heavy kick, the 2 hit, and then down heavy punch, and then launch. That's usually what I go for. It's like the easy mode, like the easy combo for it. It's like, yeah, I'll do it. It does decent damage. It looks cool. It's not as good as like level 3 combo, but I'm doing it for the style points. That's why I'm doing it a lot. Like if I have a chance to land level 2, I will do it. Unless I'm playing salty, then no, I would do level 3 like all the time. For the damage, for the situational advantage. Like destroys their drive gauge, get good Oki afterwards, something like that. Yeah, it's fun. It's great. But then when I'm like when I'm not playing out of my mind, not playing salty and everything, then I'll just do level 2 to get the style point and have fun. It's really good.
Rising uppercut. Rising uppercut. Rising uppercut.
Also probably good for strings and such.
Rising uppercut.
it can also easily crush other people's DI.
Rising uppercut. Rising uppercut.
But then I didn't lap as much. Like after the combo, I don't know what to do, so I just press random buttons.
Rising uppercut. Shoryuken. Shoryuken. Shoryuken.
Wait, why do I not get Tensho kicks? No more matchmaking? Is it like after the communication error, then it's hard for me to get matches? I was having good matches, and then until that message pops up, then I'll have to wait for a little bit. I do, however, notice something. Don't know if you guys see it, but on the bottom right, you see that Earth spinning loading icon. I assume that's where I'm like getting matchmaked, but then they're loading. Like once that thing pops up, when I do avatar battles, when I do waiting for avatar battles, my avatar is like no level though. Just for the lulz, just for the yip, just for the yip. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. No, my avatar has no drive mechanics yet. By Hoyokusen? What do I have? How do you unlock drive mechanics? Handicap mode? Oh no. I have Kikoken, Flush Knuckle, and Shoryuken. Gladius. Alright, let's play some handicap avatar battles. Me thinks me would have a chance if my opponent haven't had roughly double to triple health. Go to solo trading. I don't know how to perfect. Okay, don't blink is not perfect. Take this is perfect. What? It's impossible. Munch time. What's a level 2? What? Oh shit. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Appy. Let's go, Appy. Switch our looks move as soon as we could. Very good for the time. Oh my god, people are level 55. I'll Kiko again. Let's go, Kiko again. I have no drive mechanics. I don't know what to do. This is so stupid. You're cheating. Oh. Oh, good. I'm dead. I cannot do anything about it. That was a wrong button. Oh, nice. Nah.
Final round. Fight!
Who can play that game? Oh, crap. Nope. Get out of here, pure footsies, baby! I know how to play this game, bitch. No, get the fuck out of here. It takes 10 years. Oh my god. That is so stupid. I love it. Oh my god, oh my god. That was perfect. How do I even get all these like janky stuff? I love it. 26? 14? Oh my god. Oh, damn buff. Look at the shoulder. Oh my god. Is this Alice? Are you Alice? In Left 4 Dead 2? Oh my god, it's Alice from Left 4 Dead 2! Holy shit, this game's wild! Alice! They even got Inuyasha, I think. Yeah, they're trying to do Inuyasha. I don't know who this is. So stupid. I have like no drive mechanics, and I just sort of punch the shit out of them. It's so funny. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. You know what? You know what? Yeah, let's do one more. Come on. I didn't even do combos. I'm just doing. I'm just doing. By 500. Oh, punch is painful. It's combo, right? Combos! I'll get you. I'll get you. Go! Go! Oh shit! Oh shit! How you gun? How you gun? Combos gets funny when moves as a mixed. Yo! Oh my god! I'm scared. This guy is level 56. Nope. Oh, what the fuck? You have melon grab? That's fucking illegal. You melon grab. Shut up! Shimmy? Nah! You fucking man and grab! It's what? Excuse me? Why is this so funny? Can you stop jumping? I need you to stop jumping at me. Leave the jumping to me, alright? Shimmy? 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 Oh my god. Yeah. Oh! Fucking command grab, dude. Fucking command grab. Alright. I mean, one more then. If you want, I'll do it. Somersault. Come on. Somersault. God damn you combos. My AI mix works. Oh shit. Oh! Oh! Very expected it. I am doing no fucking damage. Yep. I'm doing it again. I hate it here. What? You eat a fucking Menon grab? Asshole. Come here. Come here, little shit. I'll punch you to death. Somersault. Oh my god, the range. Okay, 2 matches is good enough. Alright, it's taking a long time. It's all good. Your fucking health has 3 health bars. I have 1. A teleporting grappler. Fucking teleporting grappler. I can't. What is this game? It's like they're trying to make combat. Anyone remember combat in Tekken Tech Tournament 2? Yeah, in Tekken Tech Tournament 2, you can have your own combat, and you can edit your moveset, your own moveset, into combat. It's basically the same thing, but combat, of course, you know, Tekken, knowing that there's like at least 1,000 movesets out there, yeah, you can have a hard time trying to choose the move. Everyone gets an electric. Yep, I was thinking about it. Everyone gets an electric. Electric snake edge, giant swing, giant swing, shining wizard, and Jack Pogan machine gun punch low. Down back 1-1, and then and then Brian's down for 1-2. The mid confirm. Everyone gets a taunt jet upper. Everyone gets a taunt. A Brian's taunt and all combats out there. Oh my god, jank. It's just complete chaos. I cannot even think about it. Alright, let me try matchmaking again. You know, that Avatar fight was really good. It's funny as shit ever. Yeah, fucking Marissa doing Manon grab. Like, what the fuck is the world coming to? If you think Marissa has like a stance grab is already bad enough. Fucking bowling into a Manon grab. Hey, don't look at me like that, just like lick him. Damn. Plus. Oh shit. Ooh, nice. she should grapple her at least a bit. At least a yip. Oh shit, that didn't hit. I do. It's a string. Oh no, why I'm jumping. What did? How the fuck did that miss? Lily is so small, it's insane. I mixed up. Oh, I jabbed. I neutral jump. I neutral jumped a goddamn command grab, and the heavy kick missed. That one did the mental damage to me. That is mega jank. That is illegal. I'm saying. It's insane. Okay, so that string is very, very punishable. I walked forward, did a medium punch. I walked forward, by the way. Sweet. Wow, damn. Now do wins together. Oh my god, that... Nice check. I'm jumping. I'm jumping again. Why are you living out? Alright. Thanks, lady. Go forth. I should react to that at least once, honestly. Whoa, damn. Oh, I forgot it's plus. Lily player seems so rare. Yeah, Lily seems kinda strong. This is second Lily. Oh, they're modern! I didn't even see it. No wonder I was like, wow, that's some really fucking fast input of DP, you know. It's more than that explains a lot of things. So after this is just a 50-50? How much shit does Wings go for, pal? Get out.
Juri wins.
That was nasty. System mechanics, baby. Gonna learn. Yeah, it's a 50-50. Tree. Okay, I know what to do. Wow, the moment I try to parry, they know. What the fuck? That sucked. That feels terrible. Yeah, I cannot do that. There's a check. I'll do it again. Oh shit, where's my wrist of buttons? Oh, I tried to break through the armor. Oh, I didn't do the medium kick. If I did the medium kick, I could have won that interaction. What the fuck is that range? They get 1 wins back, it's insane. That's not it. Okay, I robbed them. Hi, Smoky Dragoness. Bonk? I'm getting bonked. Stop. Wow, there's no recovery? Combo Spire? I tried. Oh, I'm dead. Level 1. Get robbed. Why is there so little damage? I don't know. That should have killed 10%. I got bad migraine today, but I'm doing already a little better. Oh, good to know. But still bad to know that this migraine. Migraine sucks. I fucking hate migraine. But yeah, sorry to go through that. My blessings. My good wishes for you. You guys so many times in a row. Is it just me? Okay, here's my theory. I don't know if it's true, but it feels like modern controls, they nerfed the damage of, like, they nerfed the damage output. By having easy controls, they nerf the damage. Feels like it, right? Oh, I was right! My leg. Don't jump. Ah, I almost did it. I cannot do it. I'm sorry. Oh my god, damage. That is so scary, dude. Good use of the move, man. That was really good. That was really fucking good. The fear. When Marissa looks at me in the eye, what you gonna do about it? She says. I'm blocking your shit. Didn't kill. Shimmy! Shimmy, shimmy! I press one. I'm playing footsies, come on. Ow! Armor. I messed up the input, let's go. Yeah. They finally finished the construction work. Oh, congrats! Nice! Get some good rest after that. Like, I know you're not the one doing construction work, but man, enduring noises? Man. Peace and quiet? Yeah? Nice. Good to know, good to know. My construction work here is not done yet. Sweet. Hold you! Plus. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I knew you're gonna jump. That's all. Let's go, let's go. Oh, well, last week the machine wasn't running overnight anymore. Rather had heavy machinery during at 7 AM to like 4 PM. Oh god, yeah, that's quite a long time. Stop. I'm wildin'! Ow! But why though? But why though? Another DP, let's go, burn myself up again. I'm wildin'. I'm a wild kobold. GG, good Marissa. But it's finally over, yeah. I don't know how long the construction here is gonna take, but Cheesecake, why? We got rickrolled first try. Hi, Cheesecake. The luck, you know, the luck. How's the cheesecake doing? Hopefully everything went well with all the exams and all the studies. All the neuroscience, pharmaceutical things. Take this! It's so aggressive. What is that? Nice.
Here comes a new
A
challenger.
Kami, alright. A Kami. So far I passed medical pharmacology, neuroscience, botanical medicine, behavioral med, physiology, which is really nice. Nice! Damn, that's a lot of things. Oh my god, what the hell is that? Spiral arrow! Plus. Whoa! That's safe? Maybe it's safe in max range.
Round 2. Fight.
Pyro arrow! Good jump. Style! Style! Let's go! Style! Oh! Oh my god, I'm going! I don't think I like it. There's two classes that I'm worried about too much starting. Mental fatigue? Shit. It sounds too many though. Oh. They got robbed. Neutral jump for the win! Are you matchmaking rank reach? I'll stay tomorrow because I need to go Omega sleep. Yeah, go sleep. You're gonna need it. All the best still. You got this with all this thing. I'm sensing flowchart. What you think? I'm trying him out. Accessing. Check. Meaty. Nice. Ooh. Uh-oh. No, it's my turn to get beat up. Spiral arrow. Okay, so I need to punish it with jabs only. Okay. Nice. One too many jabs. Woo! Kind of, because I don't know how long I'll be sleeping for. But I want to see if they drop it. Oh. Appreciate you always, cheesecake. Oh my god. Yeah, too nice. Two hits. I hate it here. I messed up. Jab, 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 jab. Jab, 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 jab.
Juri wins.
Jabbity jab, 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 jab. GG. Very scary Cammy. I appreciate it. Thanks, cheesecake. Can I take a bite now of cheesecake? Regardless if you fall asleep early or not, if you find a good balance between rest and study, may you pass everything that lies before you. Yeah. All of that. No, all of that. I'm not good with words. I only know I only know buttons and combos and bites. Oh, and yips and shinies. All right. What? Oh, God! I think this is gonna kill the bitrate. oh, crap! Oh, God! I'm playing a horror game. That is strangely phallic. I cannot believe that's actually possible. I think I'm gonna get banned for showing this. That is strangely phallic. That shape is strangely phallic. That's all I have to say about it. Too phallic even.
Currently have a player on a winning streak.
Wow. Rising uppercut. Oh, I can't do it. Cannot fly. I'm flying. I'm flying. I am mega flying.
Hello, cannot understand where the subtitles.
The subtitle is open, right? Narix, hi. Hello, princess. Hello. Oh, drink? Okay.
Here comes a new challenger.
I'm drinking, rude. Lick. Juri mirror, lick, lick. Oh no, why is it training stage? God damn it. Nice DP. Ooh. Oh, I need to jump. Good job, chat. I jumped. DP flags? Yeah, legs. Shimmy, 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 shimmy.
Final round. Fight.
Early level 3. I want to win. I want to win. Damn. Oh! I'm dead. No level 3? Ooh, good shit. That was beautiful.
Juri.
Damn, this Juri good. This Juri good.
Round 1. Fight.
For the throw. I may be dead. Bro. Ooh, damn! Their wall pressure is so much better than mine. Merp, hi. The rolling bolt, how you doing? Ow. Oh, that's punishable like that? Okay. Oh! One grab. Oh! That actually baited it out. Good shit, I'm dead. Yeah, this is a really good Juri. I have no patience. And my wall pressure is not as good. I love that Juri. Doing good, just had lunch, belly full of nom-noms. Nice! Good to know, good to know. Belly full of nom-noms is the best feeling ever. Well, maybe not too much. The fact that you compliment good moves from your opponent, you're very, very brave of respecting fighting gamer. Really? I thought it's normal. Well, I do sometimes get salty. Sometimes. But yeah, I tend to like learn what they do and then try to put it into my own gameplay. At least that's what I'm kind of trying to do here. I remember, you know what, maybe I did change. Because I remember way back when I just started streaming not too long ago, I was a Tekken streamer. And purely just Tekken. I was still using face cam back then. And it's like I got salty to a point where I just go insane on stream. I'm glad I didn't put that font on because it was so shameful. The behavior is not good. I'll keep it that way, right? It's terrible. I was shouting, I was banging on the table, but then it is like my turning point, where it's like, why be so mad at fighting games, right? That is like sort of my breakthrough point, I think. I sort of have a zen moment. It's like, think about what I've done, and then it is after that I feel like, yeah, maybe I should change my behavior a little bit. I play a lot of Dead or Alive 6. Ooh, I never played it. Most people leave the match before they lose or write me hate messages. Oh my god, that's sad. Yeah, in my fighting game, stuff like that does happen. Oh my god. That looks Mac Plus. Not good. I'm dead. Whoa, target combo? I'm dead. Sure you can. Damn, this Ryu just swinging! Uh-oh. I dare you, jump at me. I told you, do not jump at me. Med plus, but I still disrespect anyway. Because oh my god! Ooh, nice delay. Ashogeki. Why are you giving me space? No! Let's go, I messed up the combo. I deserve this. God damn it, I deserve this! Fuck! That is 200% real dev, and then I messed up the combo. I messed up the combo. It hurts. It hurts. Good shit. Always wonders what mindset. Talking less people losing in games. Stop. Stop! It's a cross up. Woohoo! I don't want to go back. Why are you trying to bait out? Oh, I see. Nice. Oh my god, why did that not work? Walked in down medium. Not being salty, but respecting towards your opponent makes it even more likable. Oh, Murph, thank you. Sometimes I do strive to change a little bit, but not change myself as like entirely, because that's just unrealistic. But any way that I can change to be the better, I would do it. Not to an extreme point. That's just unrealistic at this point. Don't jump. Oh, what the fuck? Help. I need help. I burned myself out. I'm alive. Get robbed. Get robbed. Skill issue. Get robbed. I am Juri, baby. I dive kick. Good shit, good shit. Change my intention is cool. Yeah. Hadouken. Not. Oh, okay. Good call. Good call. Good call. Good call. Stop. What the fuck? Ow. Oh no. Damage. Grab. Not that fast. You wanna jump? 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 No! Do not jump at me ever! Oh! Not like this! Oh, good call. That was a good shuriken. Beautiful. That Ryu could go a bit more damage with installs and OD high plate kick. They're trying to save the drive gauge, I guess. My legs is not long enough. Shoot you. My leg. Oh! Oh! Damn, it's fast. Met plus. Oh, they were waiting for it. I'm dead. Or not. They're adapting to how I play, which is even scarier. I got baited so hard. I actually got baited so hard. You know what? Fuck you, but I'll take it. Fuck you. But it's a good fuck you. I got baited 2 times fold over. I got folded. Something similar as charge Hasogeki DR. Drive rush 5 HP. OD high blade kick Nishin Shoryuken. Oh, the level 3 combo? Yeah. Lick. Lick. Lick, 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 lick.
Hope you're not a sore loser.
Oh, Jamie's theme. Let's go. Kick. Just don't drink. You have a problem, Jamie. Don't drink. Don't jump. I have a feeling you're gonna jump. Why are you drinking when I'm just walking forward? Jamie, don't drink. You have a problem. Don't drink. It's unhealthy. Oh. Yes. Ooh, nice. Good choice, good choice. Huh. Whoa, Nelly, I didn't have level 3? Oh, Nelly. Let's go, Juri. Zephyr, hi. This person should be put in AA meeting. Don't drink or you will be punching the balls. Oh my god, this is so scary. combos. Never jump. Never jump. Oh, legs. Ow. 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 Oh, you can drive rush. Can you stall that one? Get to your corner. Get to your corner. Don't think about going out. Ooh, nice dash under. Kicks. Oh. They must be mad pissed. I just keep doing down down medium. I wanna win. Kimochi yokatta daro? Ow! Help! Fucking wake up level 3, goddammit. Oh, damage. Hey, don't. Don't. Don't drink. I beat Uno reversed. I actually got Uno reverse card. Yeah. Scared the shit out of me. I DI'd. Bitch did wake up. Wake up level 3. Good call, honestly. Is the CA version actually better? It doesn't seem like it leads to a combo. It leads to full. It could be like a more of a combo ender. Because I feel like after the CA, the damage just scales way too much. It is more for a style point, I guess. But yeah, the CA doesn't seem to lead to more hits of a combo. But honestly, I never tested, so can't tell. Oh, why? I wanna fight. Give me matches. Can you not just like appear for a split second and then went away? On the bright side, it does 1900 more damage. Yeah, I mean 1900 is really quite a lot. Casual? Alright, I'll do it. As long as I get to play the game, okay. Your avatar sure got a lot of noms with the prize money since I last was here. Wait, what? Which avatar? This? The no neck? Or the kobold? Look at the bulk. Ah, yeah. Yeah. The bulk, the power with no neck. Captain Balian? Kick! Help. I'll do it again. Stop. Oh my god, are you modern controllers? Oh. Hey, you're no health. Non-OD Shoryuken poke streak, I don't know. Oh my god, this bitch is scary. Help. Oh shit, low. What the fuck? This guy's a god. I'm scared. Him not. Him not. Him not. Let's go. Him stop. Like. Ow! Help! That's a miss. Bitch, how fast does that recover? That's a punish. Good crap. Where's my super? I didn't wake up super. Ryu from Streets. Hey there everybody, I'm Ryu from Streets. Q not. Oh my god, I need help. Stop. Q not. I hate it here. The grab! Oh god! I suck! I suck! This is Ryu from Streets. I like dirt. And dirt. I have to do a hard read on it. Sometimes dive kick is hard, man. Look at that. Eek. Shoryuken. Oh my god. Oh my god, the grab, I almost robbed him. No Shoryuken, I'm surprised. Stop! And a grab. Oh shit. What are you trying to do? Just walk forward. Are you trying to grab me? Grab. I don't like this. I don't like this. Jump. Jump. Wee. Right now. Stop! Oh, fuck! Stop! Do not jump again. Do not jump. Stop jumping. Stop jumping. Is Ryu the Scorpion? Honestly, I have no idea. In terms of character wise, maybe? Like character roles, I guess? Help. Shibata. Too far. Kick. No. Oh. Ooh, good call, man. Wrong button. I didn't mean to press it. Sorry. Horyuken. Ow. What is yours? Good call, man. Woo! I messed up the combo. Sorry, I didn't mean to shout. Oh my god. Get robbed. Ow, that's a punish. Corner's yours. Oh. Stop! Oh my god, why you yumping? Why you yumping? Stop. Whoa! That was huge. Hello, I want a refund. That was scrubby as fuck! Let's go. Oh! I'm dead. Let's go, get robbed.
Juri, win.
Kimchi level 3. Extreme kimchi. Ryu also hits hard. Ken hits very hard if you have the skill for extremely tight loops. Ryu seems surprisingly fast for an old man. Kinda, right? Surprisingly yip for an yip man. Ayo. The power of nothing is not to be underestimated. Hard and earned victory. Hard earned. That wake up level 3 didn't get punished. Skill issue. I call skill. That's all skill. That wake up level 3 didn't get punished. It's the funniest shit ever. It's like, oh god, I'm dead. And I didn't die for it. It's like, oh. This game's too good. I cannot. I gotta stand up for a little bit. Oh god. Game's too fun. I've been playing for 6.5 hours. I don't feel it. Good stretch, good stretch. Yeah. Need to change the seat position because my butt hurts now. Kobold stealing everything again? What do you mean again? We're not stealing. We're just taking what is rightfully ours. We're not stealing. Jeez, God, God, we're not stealing. Milson recommends Ehon for an easy and strong game plan, but he also seems rare. Honestly, yeah, a lot more. Actually, I don't know. It's quite balanced, I think. Licking something doesn't make it yours. You gonna... It totally does. I licked it. It's mine. I have a low and low. Oh, shit. Huh. I see. I got you, don't worry. Hey, yo. Claim ownership just by licking them. I think not a lot of people are playing now since it's like dinner time. I feel. Yeah, it's like legit dinner time. 6:32, pretty much. Liquor? You lick a car? Oh god. No, now we're Wilden. We're not supposed to lick cars. Also, there's an ad for something labeled Tiger and no Sagan. I feel cheated. That only Tsuka Tiger? That's a shoe.
Here comes a new challenger.
Is that a pair of Yeezys? Lick Mapo Tofu. Hey, let's go. I want to eat some Mapo Tofu now. No. I'll do it again. My man, you're gonna stop yumping. Tiger knee. Nice. Help. No. Good throw. Oh, I'm dead. This is so painful. Oh, good shit. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was OD. That was OD. That was OD. I don't know. Did I tiger tie high boots? That sounds kinda neat. Music is kicking in, dude. I'll take it. Uh-oh. Plus. Nice. I pressed it! I pressed it! I got robbed! I'm dead. Uh-oh. I'll do it again, bitch. Must kill! I didn't punish it. Let's go! Patience! That was fun. Oh! Help! Oh! Whoa, damage! God damn, that was cool! Disrespect the Hashokeki, let's go. One more charge. One more charge. Thank you. What the fuck was that? That hit 10 miles away? You guys saw that? I got robbed. Don't. Leg! Oh, I can get looped. Oh, thanks. Don't jump. Ow! Good fireball, good fireball. I got thirsty. Med plus. Nice. Oh wow, that was beautiful. No. Oh. No, not like this. Get me out, get me out. Get me out. Oh, I baited it too. Oh no. Oh no. I baited the jump. I baited the jump. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it, Chip.
Rio wins.
I haven't seen Rio using troll loops with me. I've been using troll loops, yeah. That was painful. Ooh, nice. Ooh. That was minus. No, I pressed it. No. Where's my level 2 super? Oh my god, I cannot make too many mistakes like this. It hurts me mentally. Wow, range. Ooh, that was good. Yeah, I cannot just keep doing that. It's very dangerous. Damage? Damn, beautiful. Oh. Yeah, that's no good. Good shimmy. Damn, nice. One mistake, one fart. Oh god. Oh god, there's gonna be countless farts. Good view, good view. That was great. Too many mistakes on my end. Too bad, really. But I got this. Game's great. I'm learning. And I can fly. Check this shit out. I'm flying.
Here comes a new challenger.
And Kami, alright, Kami. If you see 2 LP after the throw, that's a loop, since you seem to find lots of Ryu. Okay. Oh god. I know how to punish that shit. Nice meaty. Ooh, nice. Key spamming fighter. I mean, for early games, I guess. Now I long to see people key spam. That'll be so much easier. Nice, good call. Get a free gel card. Hey, I have a projectile with me, man. You cannot just do that. Also, hi, Rollins. Spiral arrow. Damn, you yumpin'. You're yumpin'. I'll play slowly then. Plus. Meaty. No. Too much DP. Too much DP on wake up. I don't take that. Spiral arrow. Damn, nice. I almost wrecked it. I'm sorry, DP? I'm a spin knuckle? I can react to spin! I told you I can react to a spin knuckle, but that's not the answer. What's extreme minus? No idea why so many strings and Emma. Minus 12 to minus 14? That is mega minus. Stop. Ooh, nice. Yeah, that's a good call. Meaty. Yeah, it seems like on full range they tend to do that, don't you think? They spiral arrow in full range and then they DI afterwards. And it seems to work, kinda. Spiral arrow! Nice. Spiral arrow. Weird Kemi? I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna go open up the lights. It's getting pitch black. I can't see shit. And my eyes hurt looking at this bright screen. It's such an E-Honda thing to do. Right? Spiral arrow into DI and it kind of works, I guess? like in Tekken we have green rank strats. No, like low rank strats. There may be a lot of people who fell for the DI. Or people who didn't punish. Yeah, true. I wish it was dark. It's noon here. It's a heat acid worst. Oh god. Yeah, I was there. This afternoon was insanely hot. I was sweating through. I was sweating in air conditioned room. That's how hot it is. It's kind of scary. But yeah, heat bad. Heat bad. Take care of yourself. Drink more water. Hydration very nice. Hydration very important. I know it probably doesn't help much. Oh, it probably does. You wouldn't believe how often Ryu 2MK Hadouken DI worked? Damn. Why would that work? Isn't that Mega Minus can be punished? I mean, okay, maybe it depends on the context and where the situation is. If it's like far ranged, far heavy poking range, then yeah, it could have worked.
Here comes a new challenger.
Juri. I wish I had AC once an open window mosquito central. I mean, I recently got the air condition feet feet girl, the air conditioning unit. Back then we don't have it here. But yeah, without that shit, it's tough. Don't jump. Why? Oh my god, I got schmixed. What? Help! Damn, this guy got combos. I'm gonna get snowballed here. Yeah, I get snowballed too hard. There's a shop for net somewhere nearby. Would Juri clothing be good or bad during heat? Feet portion bad. Whoa. The true Juri main right here. I really cannot fall for that too many times. Oh! I didn't cancel it. Damn, that's tough. This is not a silver goddamn Juri, excuse me. The charge management is too good. Insane. This is not silver. This guy's way past silver. It's insane. Look at this combo. Holy shit, man. Gonna get snowballed here. Good block. If I get spot stun, I'm safe. I tried grabbing. Good shit. The Coca-Cola. I'm not probably awake at the Nice. Good morning. Good morning. Do you see the damage now? Yeah, it doesn't show much. Nice TP. No, oh, I'm dead. This guy will go in with burnout state like this early? Snowball? Yeah, snowball. The combo! This guy's insanely strong. Yeah, that's combo something. Thank you. I like the combo. The level 2 combo is really good. Show some monster in the moveset. It's like Pokemon Go meets Monster Hunter World. But like, do I get to... Okay, do I get to swing my phone like a sword? Or do we use one finger control? It has landscape mode, so I assume they have a joystick and buttons to it. And then, I mean, yeah, they show some gameplay, but yeah, mobile controls, I hate it. I hate it. Yeah, some players like that, extremely aggressive and pressuring like crazy. Yeah, that's a really strong Juri. It's so scary. All hits into confirms like crazy good combos. I can't do that. Dragon down, dragon down. Immediate assistance? No. Wait, just call me. I'm sure I'll be of help to the dragons. Yay. Bring me in. I volunteer. I'll save the dragons. As a kobold. Yeah. I got this. Requesting help. Uh-oh. I'm sure Narek is fine. I'm sure Baruki is fine. Alright. He's fine. The downside of that Juri's combo was burnout. True. But they managed well with the burnout timer. Once you hit diamond, you start seeing drive rush poke checks. I'm seeing that already. I'm seeing those already. It's like crazy. Helldragon out. Helldragon help. They did pressure, they did damage, they did carry, but had no meter left after. Lick. Why is it all counted? What are you doing? Bro. You like jumping, don't you? Can't help it, don't you? It's dangerous for a dragon to be down, you never know how many deviants are going to jump on it. I don't go- wait, what? No, I'm not saying anything. Oh, good call. I'm doing it again. Oh, you know, I'm doing it again. Shuriken. Oh, they were waiting for it. Good call. Oh! I hate it here. My check is a headbutt. Stop yumping. Stop yumping. I was waiting for it. Stop. Is that save? Nice. You're plus. I want to win. I don't think this kills though. I should have extended the combo a little bit. Okay, I stand corrected. Alright. It kills.
Juri wins.
It's a nice niche knowledge of hashtag. The troll loop. I don't know. Ryu doesn't like to jump, he prefers hopping. Jumping is too extreme for him. Something more mild. No way that string is safe. Oh no, what is that DP? Nice. Plus. Oh! Ow! Good grab. Ugh. Good check.
Round 2. Fight.
Give me your legs. Give me your legs. Wiggle sweep? You're deviant. Where's my level 2 super? Why does it want to come out sometimes? Yep. You know, saving bars, man. Saving bars. Dash in DI. I'm dead. Woo! I want to win. Didn't I have level 3? That's not punish. That is a punish! I lied. If you guys think that it's not a punish, you lost. You lost the game. If you guys think that's not a punish, you lost the game. That's a punish! Easy punish. Buffering the shit out of that level 3. No way that string is safe. I said that one shopping for underwears in the past. Really? What? Underwear strings? Huh? Maybe. I don't know. High blade kicks not the pressure neutral too. Maybe the light and medium one at most. But the EX one, however.
Here comes a new challenger.
The EX one, however. Oh, tasty. Mmm. Lick. 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 Oh, Chun-Li's theme is so good. Chun-Li, your face is jacked up. I'm sorry, I have to play in the lowest quality possible. Kikoken. Don't jump. I jumped. What the fuck is that? Nice. Mmm.
Round 2. Fight.
That kick. I regret my decisions and my deeds. Punish. Get my turn back. Nice punish. Good neutral jump, that was beautiful. Hensho Kyaku. Never jump against Chun-Li in Oki. They like to wait for that move. That's plus! That weird hand is plus? Never seen her before in this game like cameo earlier. Feet versus legs, the dual century. Feet or legs, choose your weapon. Stop neutral jumping, you know I'm gonna dome you up now with kicks. Oh no, that's jank. Oh, good call. We take those. We take those.
Juri wins.
Goku, thank you. Appreciate. How you doing? Thanks for the follow. A lot more technical in this game, and Juri's technical as well. I tried. Corner's yours. Punish. Praise the fussy guard. Oh no, I didn't help. Restand, alright. Thanks. Ow! That's a really fast overhead. That works. Good call. Ooh. Whoa. Don't DI. I told you don't DI. I told you. Ooh. I got the my turn. See? Oh my god, I could have reacted that. Oh. Oh, good throw. Good throw, good throw.
Chun-Li wins.
Would you get the Juri mod? Oh yeah, definitely. Is it out? I thought Mika is still working on it. Nice punish. I'm swinging. Get throw looped. Disgusting.
Round 2. Fight.
Whoa. Wrong button. Ow! I did. I wanna win! I wanna win! Get out! Wham! That doesn't kill, alright. Kick. Kick. No CA? Oh, thank goodness. Oh, good throw! Good throw! That was beautiful, man. I didn't even expect the throw. Oh, that's the mod? Okay, okay. Oh. Ow. Corner is yours. No, I pressed it! I'm dead. No level 3? Thanks. You know, I'll take it, man. I'll take it. Thank you. No level 3? I wanna try out the mod. I wanna install the mod. Good Chun-Li. That was really fun. Alright, let's create ranked. I wanna try installing the mod. Give me a moment. Local combo robs victory again. I am not stealing! A Kobo cannot steal! We're just taking what's rightfully ours. Don't you want to check the mod before installing it? Oh yeah. Fluffy mod manager or something? Oh wait, Street Fighter 6 uses Fluffy manager as well? I mean, Master Hunter Rise uses the same thing, right? Celestial Juri, there is. Yeah, same engine. RE engine, yeah. I need the Celestial mod, I need it. Info, okay, Monterey. That's official colors. The start of the project is create a big tailed skin for every Street Fighter 6 character. Is that when we started playing Juri? Honestly, no. I wanted to play Juri from the start, just because Juri is like a rushdown character and also combo heavy. Jamie would be the most problematic, I think, for Tail, because you need two different models. Oh shit. You can have the modification of a heckin' model. Hand rigging is not perfect due to Sazo having weird ass hands. Flipping due to non-human build and a human character. Letting issue with the seam on the neck doesn't exactly know how to fix this. Replaces Juri's head. Although Juri's alternate costume uses a different head and is unaffected by this, future costumes may be impacted by this. Oh. It didn't say... Yeah, I just need Fluffy Mod Manager. Let's download this. And let's get Fluffy Mod Manager. Yeah, I need to find Mod Manager. Hi Buttermilk, what did you just saw? Peak Street Fighter 6 gameplay. And also Sanazel. You so scaly pandering. Oh, choose game. Oh, you know what? I should probably close the game first. Feet! I cannot wait to look at Sanazel feet. I did not just say that. Oh no, what have I become? Oh god. Oh goodness. Oh no. Fuck. You so said it? You heard nothing. You heard nothing, Zephyr. Ah, God damn it. No, don't immortalize it. No. Oh, there's no Street Fighter 6? It's okay, it's paws, not feet. You know what? Fair enough. How do I use this again? Totally the same thing. Okay, not fair. Fair. Should be inside already. I don't see it. Here, give me a second. MHR mod manager, Owner's administrator. Boop. That was mine. Mod list? Or I should probably uninstall all mods for now, I think. Ooh, the Street Fighter 6 is not here. There's only Street Fighter 5. Alright, I have previous engagements to attend to. I'm going to have to leave. Oh my, where's the hunk of a lizard? Which hunk of a lizard? Which one? What do you mean, sus? It's not here! No, it's not. Update your Fluffy? How do I update my Fluffy? Okay, I'll update my Fluffy. Install different one? Do I just find like Fluffy mod manager? It's updated by Fluffy via Fluffy itself? Huh? Have a good day, night, everyone. Thank you, Zephyr. Have a great day yourself. Come on, Fluffy. Downloads. I'm updating. I'm the best. The person quit to finish the update process. Fail for using new extracting the mod manager to RAR file. Okay. Do it. Can't have new games even older version. Fair. Complete. Yay. Look at that, it's not pitch black anymore. Hell yeah. Okay, choose game. Street Fighter 6. And then what do I need to do again? I forgot to use this mod. God. I need to get the folder, I think. Games. Okay, Street Fighter 6. Mods. I think I need to throw the... Is it throwing the zip? Or the files inside the zip? Okay, let me try this. So Street Fighter 6 mods, and just throw this in. Then instructions should be in the page itself, as in the one you downloaded it from. I don't see it, to be honest. Oh, sorry, not this one. Installation. Extract the folder from zip file into Fluffy. Oh, okay, I was right then. Then if I refresh mod list, Juri. Settle Juri. There. Back the category list. There we go. And now we launch the game, I think. We don't need to launch it from here, right? It's already like installed. So Yeah, let me just open up Street Fighter 6 and see how it goes. And I need to stand up a little bit. Ooh. If you look weird this early on, the Bowser one is already very odd. I saw the Bowser one. I kind of want it. Bowser is E Honda, right? Bowser is Honda. I could be wrong. I don't even know. But it looks so scuffed. Yeah, it does. It totally does. I wonder if it's gonna look okay with the shittiest settings possible. Everything is like mega bad plus screen tearing. It's gonna look good, right? Practice training. No training stage, I fucking hate it. Oh my god, it's Salazar! Salazar is playing her phone? I love the smart already. Oh, Chuli is also hard, okay. No colors yet, right? Classic. Damn, look at Salazar! Oh my god, Damn, Salazar. I sure expected this. Yeah. Oh my god, look at that leg. Damn. Wait, the range is actually quite accurate? I mean, if I see people do this, I don't even know what the fuck is this. What does it hit? Damn, look at the tail. Oh, wow. That's a cool ass tail. I love it already. The back ribbon works? Oh my god, Mika. Let's go, Salazar! Kick him! Give it a good old 1-2. Give him feet. I am in love. I am so sorry. Oh, wait, do you see that? The leg is glowing. You see that? The leg is actually glow. Oh, Hibli, hi. Wait a minute. Hi, Hibli. Oh yeah. Mewtwo JP, I hate that one. Mewtwo is too thick. I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of Mewtwo, I guess. I'm gonna get cancelled for this? Am I gonna get cancelled for this? I hope not. Pokken looking real different? Oh my god, it's actually Pokken. My dream game that I wanted to play for the longest time. Dream does come true, guys. Oh my god. Alright, let's look at my... Okay. Okay, this is cool as fuck. Excuse me. This is cool as fuck. I love it. Give it the neck. Give it the neck. Give it the neck. That's right. Neck. And then, where? Oh yeah. You know what? I can send them. I will copy the link for you. Oh wait. Oh thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's the link. You will need Fluffy Mod Manager, which is this thing. So you need Fluffy Mod Manager, and then you need to like go to your Fluffy there's a folder. So this is where I install Fluffy Mod Manager here. And then you just open it, you choose the game. Sorry, I didn't need to like open up two of them. You choose the game, and there's like Street Fighter 6 here. After you choose it, and then you just... Oh, fuck. Download the mod into a zip folder. Get this zip on. Throw this zip into... Okay, Mod Manager Games Street Fighter 6. Throw it into the mods folder. You throw it in, and then you have here, you get like one Juri mod. So you enable it, and you have it. You got the Salazar Juri. I hope this is good enough of a explanation. I hope it's not too confusing. You can close this. It's fine. Interesting. I guess it's time to mod Street Fighter 6. Good. Mod that shit. Mod that shit. That's good. Damn, look at that leg though. Look at that leg though. I mean, I have to say though, the level 2 combo for Salazar looks really good. There's a combo, right? Screen to screen, wall to wall, baby! Bam! Actually, wall to wall, insane. Yeah, Salazar looks good. I can go for I was hungry, and now I am a different kind of hungry. I am a different kind of hungry. Let's play a few more rounds. Why not? All right. I am unhinged. I am done pretending. Oh my god. Sim. Okay, you know what? Salazar will get this one exception. Salazar is not a dragon type, but I'll sim for her. Just notice how much of a privilege that E Honda can carry a similar distance with little drive meter or even none with 5 HK. Really? That's...
Dragon.
Dragon. Dragon. Did it not work? Maybe it doesn't work with TTS, I guess. Sure you can.
So it go Droxen.
Why? Why am I getting shouted out? Wait a minute. So lick. I don't even understand what's going on right now.
Boop at Hiblivius.
Oh my god, really? Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Help. Whoa, you can cancel that move? Damn, insane. I'm dead. Merci beaucoup. Oh god. What does that even mean? Merci beaucoup? I cannot react to anything. I cannot see well. This is handicap mod. Good. Grab? Oh my god, don't walk forward like that, Manon. I am absolutely terrified. Oh! Okay, it's a normal throw. I'll just take the win. I'll take the round, I'll take the round. We're booping Hibley? Oh my god. Oh my god. We get to boop Hibley? Let's go Salazo! Merci beaucoup! Wham! Oh god, help. I didn't cancel it. Let's go. Keep not! I need help. No. Ah! I don't like that. Woohoo! Oh, where my throw? Ooh, good reaction. I should not be doing that. Why would you do that? That's gonna scale. Just do it raw. Thanks for sparing my life. Ooh, I jumped too much. I jumped too much. Broken demo disc. Hi. Merci beaucoup. Is that how you spell it? Oh my god, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Oh, that's good. Merci beaucoup. Jump. Don't. Oh my god, my anti-air. Stop. Oh! I'm yumping. Don't. Oh my god, it's fast as fuck. My legs. I'm a fake gold. Nice punish. Oh, you know what? I think I can try something. No! Oh no. That's my hardest up input I ever inputted up. Yeet. Oh, get robbed. I still have a chance. Let's go. Oh, help! I don't want. I don't want. Stop. That's fast. Yeah, I should not be doing that. I don't know why I keep trying that. Stop. Let's go! play that phone, Salazzle. Eat that neck. Eat that lollipop with your neck. Nice. What? Oh my god. Nice. Oh, I cannot cancel it. I'm dead. Let's go. Mama, give me a second chance. I'm not gonna waste it. Oh my god, I jumped! my real life person jumped. That shit's so fast. Holy shit. Oh no! I am flustered. Why am I not spending bars? Ow, ow. Neutral jumper. I need this round. I need this round. Give her the neck. That's right. Ah! Okay. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Oh! Oh yeah? Oh yeah? You're gonna burn yourself up. Fuck! You burn. You know what? I'm gonna give you a like for that. Bitch actually burn herself out. And then I got Beta to do the footsies and I just got killed. No, that was good. That was good. Beta. Level 3 Gamble is just too good at that level of HP to not do. You know what? True, fair enough. I didn't take the risk and reward consideration, you know. I didn't take it into consideration. I didn't. And I could not wake up level 3. I deserved it, 20%. I do. Am I gonna get banned for playing Salazzle mod? No, right? I mean, this is only a visual mod. It's pretty much a handicap for myself because I have no idea what I'm doing. The mod is client-sided, so it should be fine then, okay. Why are you Blanca? Why is everyone Blanca Jan? Kenapa semua orang itu Blanca Chan? Huh? Saya tak tahu. Oh my fucking god, help. Nothing is dangerous unless anti-cheat changes in a new way. Oh, you mean something like the EAC? The DBFZ, the DBFZ has? Probably. I think. Shoryuken. No, I hate Lily. You know what? I hate everyone. Lick. You cannot see, but I'm licking. Lick. That's right. Oh my god, actually jaw movement. I love it. My leg cheek. Oh, nice one. Oh my god. I'm trying. Don't jump. Ooh, like confirmed super? Nice. Don't jump. Told you! Oh, hi, Wings of Fire. Welcome, welcome. Oh. Ooh, that's actually kind of cool. Don't. Nice. Good bait. I'm dead. The Kondo's fire is way too scary. Oh! I lived? I heckin' lived? Oh my god, that is so fast. Good shit. I didn't think you have that move. You know, that was good. Dive kick. Oh. Oh my god. Damn, this guy likes wake up super. Two can play that game. I never wake up DP. That's why I did it. Give me the neck. Give me the neck, so eat that lollipop with neck. No, stop. Uh-oh. Whoa, 3 hits? The neck jab. The neck jab. Oh, that's not upgraded. Wing dance. Damn, good bait. I think if I get hit by a Kondo's Fire backdash? No? Okay. I thought that would work. Stop jumping! What are you doing? You're throwing! You're throwing! What are you doing? Don't jump! What are you throwing? The no mix-up mix-up. the no mix. You know what? Sometimes they don't expect the no mix-up, you know? It's a strong shit. They don't know. They don't know I have the mental fortitude to do oh my god, do standing heavy kick over and over again. They don't know. But I did it. Because I'm insane. And I know I'm in the brain. 3 bars is fine. Nobody expects the same move that hits them 5 times already just seconds ago. Like, oh, lick! Lick! The party mixed, but oops, all kicks! Plan them. Nice punish. Nice, they know. Nasty! Disgusting! Then no. Ooh, nice. Nice. Oh my god, this guy. No. I would need help. This guy. That's not it. Okay, I need to stop doing that little delay string because I get destroyed like that. Change it up, you know? Okay, they know the delay string. Bait his DP. I guess he can try. On the DP with DP. Easier said than done, bait his DP. I guess a platinum, they know what they're doing. See? Range. fast. Oh. I'll take it. Throw frequency so can punish counter his mash DP, but you never know when they're gonna mash, so purposefully drop a combo sounds painful. Almost. Get robbed. Get robbed. Get robbed. That feels so good. Oh my god. Eat that lollipop in your neck. Eat it. Senazo? Yeah. Good check. Good check. Let's go.
Round 2. Fight.
Good call. Yeah, that's bad. Nice. Sure, expected that. I'll do it again. Woo! I'm getting grabbed to death. Grab. Oh! Good call. Neutral jumping. Why not giving me space though. You're letting me breathe. Oh shit. Oh, the grab, that was so fast. Good shit, good shit, good shit, good shit, good shit. Wait, he's platinum? I just fucking realized this guy's a platinum. Alright, GG's. Good can. Very scary. Alright, very scary. Can very scary, alright. Made that problem of giving space to once. As you go, you can change people from the next ring. Wait, was that ranked? I thought that was casual. I think I know who this Chun-Li is. Start with an F, I think. Yeah, see, Fubby. Leak. Let's go, Salazo. We both shoot up. Yep, let's go. Damn, I'm getting punch countered. Isn't there like a 2-hit? Hello? Alright, I should have won. I should have killed.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice punish. Nice. Nice. My DP. Good call. My DP, they smelled it. They heard it. I got sniped. I got sniped. I don't think this is worth, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh! Get him! Grab. Nice. Let me alone. Let me recover. I need my medicine. Leave me alone. Thank you. Oh, who's stinky? Who's fighting a CGI Pokemon? Sorry, I missed the message. Grab. Help! Modern Spy High? Don't! I'm dead! I'm doing it. Oh, fuck. Good shit. Chun-Li fighting a CGI Pokemon? Don't worry about it. And don't worry about it. This is the new Pokken tournament. This is Pokken Tournament 6. Ow. I'm minus. What am I doing? Nice. Mmm, delicious. Look at Salazar. That legs look painful. Good. Out it again. Honor's yours. Let's go.
Juri,
I'll take that win streak. Thank you very much. Eat that lollipop. Yeah, with the neck. Eat that lollipop with the neck. Punish. Ow. Stop. Oh no! Oh no! Snowball! Where's my super? Okay, grab. Anti-jump grabbed. Classic. For Cant Tournament 6 Kings of Rage. Kings of Rage? Oh my god. Punish? Hey man. I'll do it! Going up. No. Hello? Don't jump. I'll jump. Let's go. I'll jump. Don't jump. I'll jump instead. Yeah, eat that lollipop with the neck. They confuse the DI spline with stun. Also, hi Modern Sky. I'm gonna love the Salazar mod, to be honest. It's so good. It also puts a handicap on myself because I don't know what I'm doing. I have to rely on muscle memory to know what Juri is doing. Because some of the animation is so jank, I love it. Best mod, so good. Finally, Cant Tournament 2. The sequel. It's here. They released it. My god. Jeppe? Oh no, Jeppe. Not Jeppe, help. I don't want Jeppe. Help. Help. Lick. Lick. Lick.
here's to a fair fight.
Not Jeppe. Give him the leg, Salazar. Give him the leg. Oh my god, this is Jeppe. What is JP? Stop. What is this JP? It's a jumping JP. Don't jump. Don't jump, I told you. Good jump. Oh my god, prepare! Don't jump at me. Uh-oh. Oh my god! I'm dead. Oh my god, shall we? Never see Juri spend full on the level 1 super. Is the extra damage back? Honestly, I have no idea. I just like the level 2 super more. I would see the big boy combo. Don't jump, dude. Do not jump at me, I told you. Don't. Look at this sweet ass combo with no damage. With no damage. Yeah! And then a grab. You would love to see it. Let's go, Salazo! I'm doing it for the style points because I love doing it. That combo feels good. Don't jump at me, dude. Oh! I'm Juri. Have you heard of Juri? Don't jump at me. Don't jump at me. Oh god, I thought they're gonna do it. Can you stop that? Nope. Nope. I'll skip mine. Whoa. Stop doing that. I'm just gonna... If I may. Oh! Fuck. Sorry, that's not gonna work at me. I'm Juri, buddy. Don't jump at me. Oh no, I should have done it. Help, help, help. Oh god, ow, 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 ow. I'm Sazo, please, not my neck. Ow, not my, I'm gonna jump now. My turn to jump, buddy. Oh my god, the command grab. Okay, they now like the command grab more, which is fair. Because it so far command grab hits me 100%, so I can't fault them for liking the command grab. Wanna play some footsies? Ow. Kono's yours. Don't jump at me, buddy. Ew! Get them, Salazo! Give the neck! Give the neck! That's right. Itu, hi. Is that a Pokemon? Yeah! Who's that Pokemon? It do be Salazo. Good shit, nice JP. A lot of jumping, I'm scared. Do you think Akuma can whoop Mewtwo's ass? Oh shit. Honestly, I have no idea. Since I don't know much about Mewtwo, but I do know a little bit about Akuma. Akuma is a goddamn menace in Tekken 7. I hate Akuma. I play Tekken 7, by the way. I don't really play Street Fighter before. This is my first Street Fighter game that I'm trying to get good at. Pikachu? Wait a minute. Why am I fighting against a Pikachu? Isn't this guy that eat... Woo! Ah! Help! Wing scatter! Oh, that's not it. The damage though. Oh no! Help! Ow! 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 I tried to grab. You made a model with character creation? No. This mod is made by Mika. Mika, tell lover. Not me. I don't know how to do mods like this. Ugh. I cannot change that, so can I just wait for it? Where's my level 3? I hate it here. That's uninterruptible? Oh my god, I'm dead. Level 3? You deserve this. I will level 3 back with respect. Give it the neck. Oh my god. Lily's norm was insane with that weapon. Stop jumping, dude. The range, the kick, Kondo's fire. I hate it here. Good shit, good shit. More like sass level, yeah. Give them the neck. You know, good call. I need to stop doing that. They know the answer to this. Go forth. Oh my god, what is that command grab range? I got robbed. Stop jumping. Uh-oh. My man, ow. Kondo's fire. Help. 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 Okay, I get baited too many times by that. The pushback, I need to remember that. Okay, 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 okay. Stay with chance, stay with chance. Go forth! You cannot interrupt that. That's insane. Yeah, good call. I'm dead. Did it one too many times? Grab? No grab. Lady doesn't like grab. The gold form is killing me, dude. I'm gonna cry. I was trying to neutral jump it because I was trying to react to go forth with what again? The DI. I was trying to react with DI, but it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard. I need to fight more Lily. Oh, hi, malicious magpie. I'll play a few more. I've been playing for 8 hours. My god. I've been playing for 8 hours. I'm gonna cry. Oh my god. Juri? Mirror? The true mirror? I'm the real Juri. Because I'm Cecil. Get out here. Give him the leg. 楽しめそうじゃん. Oh! No punish, let's go. Hog. Meaty. Gonna love neutral jump, baby. Nice, good call. Plus. Combo! And a grab? And another grab? Combo!
Juri wins. Round 1. Fight.
Welcome back, Pinky. What are you doing? Shit. What am I doing? Oh! Two can play that game. I'm dead. Corner's yours. Damn, nice. That was nasty. That was nasty. Didn't punish. Hey yo, what the fuck? Bruh! That doesn't look like a that's not a rage quit. I know this guy is playing quite salty, but that's not a rage quit. Game dead thing? What? Wait. The game's doing a poopy? No, it's not. I guess it's their game crashed, probably. That clash is too much. That trade, that clash is too much. The jab clash with just standing medium punch is too much, I think. Well, I mean, I've been here for... Yeah, match deading. It's okay. 8 hours, 13 minutes of pure Street Fighter 6 goodness. Oh my god, look at that feet! Says gonna have me acting up. Excuse me, what am I looking at? Oh god. This is pure content. Feet. Looks broken. No, don't worry about it. It's not broken. No, don't worry about it. Well, I had fun today. Let's go to training a little bit. Also, what's this? Can I just like receive all items? Thank you. Marissa at 2400 kudos. Juri 4000. Let's go. Well, that was fun as hell. I love Juri. Juri's fun, and apparently there's so many things I don't know still. Of course, it's a fighting game. I think I learned a lot of things today. I learned that standing heavy kick is fucking broken. I mean, it's not broken now, but it's a really strong button for Juri. If they start to use DI, stop using it. That's pretty much. I say strong. It's not because that it's good damage and good range. That is also good. Yeah, it's vulnerable drive mechanics. But what's strong is the mind game that button plays. The mind game. Because those who know how to counter that button, they will DI. I can use that against them and DI them back once I can react to it. You know what I mean? So it's like it's a, you know, it's a JP. Good, I'm gonna kick JP. Learning cool, yay for learning, yeah. Lick. Show the willingness to poke first. It is literally like, I wouldn't say her best button. This is her best button. No range though. So it's also really good. Look at the range of this thing. Bam! It hits when people start to jump as well, so it's like a good melee. This is a good melee button as well. I know close range this is a melee as well, but this one is easier to time, I feel like. It almost hits half screen. It hits half screen. It hits more than half screen. Yeah, well, so that's why. But since I cannot cancel this into anything else, alright, literally cannot. So yeah, I'm gonna keep that in mind. Also, what's your taunt? I want to see your taunt. Salazar gonna have me acting up. Okay. Damn, look at that feet though. I cannot. It's so hard to taunt in this game. It's insane. How am I supposed to press 6 buttons at once? QP? Hey yo. You have been mapped onto an unused spawn? I can't. I mean, I cannot do it in training because I mapped it to L3 and R3, but they are both like things, you know. There's no other buttons that I can use in training mode. See, I have in LS, but because LS is unmap LP, glue on more buttons. Oh whoa, that is mega oh whoa right now. But this one, best taunt. Best taunt. Damn, Salazar showing ass in public? Please. I just want to look at it. Hey, I'm gonna main Juri for the longest time. Don't worry about it. Look at the walk cycle as well. The walk cycle is so sassy. Salazar don't care. And then a little taunt there. Have I ever told you guys that this game made footsies look fun? You know what I mean by that? It's like the animation they put into this. Footsies, people do this, right? They somehow make walking back and forth spontaneously look good. I'm pretty sure, like for the other games I tried to do footsies, like in King of Fighters or something. I mean, King of Fighters is all like running, backdashing and shit. But for the previous entries of Street Fighter, I don't think they look this good. It's not absolutely seamless, but they look good. Right? I know this is quite the... It's just a little thing, but I do appreciate this little thing. Damn, this is hard. Yeah, her crouching animation is also pretty good. For Senator wise, right? For Senator wise, I'm looking deep into this mod. And I was like, yeah, I need it. Teabag. Senator teabag. Okay, it's not bad, right? Let me touch the ground. Let me touch the ground. Right. I'm fallen. Oh, I'm kind of fallen. Right, that's good. Good mod, 10 out of 10. 11 out of 10. 12 out of 10. Not biased at all. Don't worry about it. I am not biased because it's Salazar. That was fun. Let me check the time. Fucking 8:30? Oh my god. All good. Don't worry about it. I'm gone. I'm back. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for being here. All of you. Love y'all. I expect someone to put the Narga as a mod in eventually. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, if that does happen. It doesn't seem too far off, to be honest. The one that's used for VR chat? Maybe. Yeah, it's not huge. That one is like normal size. Thanks for the stream. Thanks again, y'all, for being here. Wow. Yeah, let's find a right target. I wonder if... Is Hibley streaming? Or is Hibley playing Street Fighter? No, Hibley's not streaming. Is Hibley playing Salazar? I don't know. I'm calling out people. Let's go. I'm being a menace. I'm being a menace with Kobold.
MEOW
Have a nice rest of your day. Thank you. I hope you too. I hope you have a nice day as well. Sezo Fighter 6, Sezo Footsie 6, yeah. Sezo Feet 6. Wait, no, what? Pause. Sezo pause. It's a good mod, okay, meow.
Yippee!
It's the Church of Yip Anthem! Yippee! Yippee! It's so good. Yippee! That's not it. Am I seeing an imposter? Who do we rate? I honestly have no idea.
EYIP.
Oh my god. That's a long E. Oh. Did someone started streaming? Someone that I never raided before. But that someone has been here for a few times. Anyone remember Kureshu? Kureshu is doing art, oh my god.
If you ask me, it's a bit sussy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's a bit sussy, huh? Always remember. Cool. We can rate Kureshu. We never rated Kureshu, but Kureshu rated us a few times. Oh my god. E. I mean, I know the stream is just starting soon on his end, but I'm gonna rate anyway because I am hungry. And I'm hungry. I am hungry. I want food. I want a food. Legs is sucking in air. Wow. Yeah, we can. Let's rate Kureshu, right? Yeah. I'm gonna delete. No, I need food. We cannot. Don't delete them. All right. Look, the 1,000 follower streaming. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. The 1,000 follower stream. I sort of hitting a wall here since I'm not too sure what to prepare. Since I'm a little lost, to be honest. Like I don't know what to do. But I'm still thinking, right? I'm still thinking. Yeah, no idea. I wanted to make it a bang. You know, I want to make it good. I want to make it fun. But I don't know how to make it fun. Like, I'm not too sure what to do with this. To make it more of a banger. Honestly, you know, I want that particular stream to be a banger. But I'm currently stuck, so I'm not too sure what to do yet. So I'm still thinking. There are a few things that is in my list that I'm trying to do. But I just fear that the general vibe of the entirety of the stream is me being too chill. Since you know I am quite inherently chill. I'm not very bombastic. I'm not very loud. I'm not very energetic. Well, only when I play Street Fighter 6, I guess I'm a little energetic and I do shout a little bit. I'm sorry, but like, I'm thinking, right? It's probably gonna take some time, and there's still something that I need to consider. So the chill is the best. Ooh, I never thought about that. Since Also I say this because I see quite a few of other streamers out there with like the special streams or something. They make it bombastic, they make it big, they make it wow, a banger, you know. But I just don't know how to make it a banger. Like the general vibe, I don't know how to make it good. Eat spicy food means okay with what you do, but if you want to spice things up, food usually is the way for that. Although I'm sure it's probably gonna be a subathon, right? Or just a thon in general. I don't know if it's gonna be a subathon or some shit. It's gonna be a thon. What thon? I don't know. Eat pasar malam food. Go makan Ramly burger, then kamu ada diarrhea, I tell you. makan Ramly's burger, get diarrhea. One habanero every sub. Eat right. See, Narix gets it. What's a habanero? Habanero. Is habanero the hottest pepper? Oh god, no! I don't want to eat that. But they have special sauce, sweet sweat and saliva. What the fuck, man? The special sauce, it's gonna cause people to have diarrhea. You fuck! I'm not gonna eat Ramly's burger in my life. One habanero every 20. Oh god, that's torture. I don't want to hurt myself. I'm not good with spicy food. I'm not too good with spicy food. Subathon, Marathon, Combothon, Monsterthon, Heatathon, Poketon, Jurithon, Rockathon. Your stomach too tough? I'm not yours. My stomach is not yours. Last time I always eat every week. Good on ya. Good for you. Good. You know, I do want a burger, but I don't know what burger is good. I don't even know. I only know Don's Burger, and then like the other is like fast food chains, McD, 美里包, 酥雞版, 茄雞翅, you know, all those things. Eat veggie burger? No, I like meat more. Someone like your place walking distance? That's so good. There is pasar malam here in Sabukas, but Sabukas is like super far away from me. Sabukas is so far. Fish burger? Ooh, fish burger is good. Just any kind of veggie burger you find and then put meat in. That would be the purpose of veggie burger, wouldn't it? Would it? Would it not? Oh, Kureshu started. Oh, he's doing art. Wow. Another 3D art. Damn, so good. They usually taste different enough for you. Oh, probably like some of the ingredients in there. Depends on your approach. My approach is tastiness. You know what? That is the best approach, I have to say. So long as it's tasty, I'll eat it. Although tasty might be a little bit subjective, because the things that I deem tasty might not be tasty for someone else. Yip bod, Lex love Yip. We got a new name. It's no longer But's Lovely. Yeah, it's Yip Lovely. Lovely Yip. Okay, I'm just gonna summon Bernie and stuff real quick, alright? Hey, Bernie. I'm not gonna look at you because I'm lazy.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Oh, and my YouTube channel and Twitter and Discord stuff. There it is. Thank you, Pinky. No! Our things can't find tasty might not be tasty for dog. Yeah, that's why I say subjective. You don't know what's tasty for the other people. You don't. Oh my god, Pinky. You know, having the exclamation mark good girl command is like the I feel. You know, I'm not gonna explain it. I don't need to explain it. There's no need for explanation. There's no need. It's okay. I don't need to justify my I don't need to justify my feelings. Do I now? I don't. It's fucking sussy. It's just the Rock looking in. You don't get it though? You know what? In general, I just like it, alright? I honestly like it. Can't deny it. I cannot deny. Okay, let me type in the raid to Kureshu raid. Yay for liking it.
Can you rock can smell rock? Can you rock smell?
Oh no. Oh, I think I know how to explain it a little bit. I like it. Oh, the word tsundere? It's like tsundere, you know. I hate it, but I like it. That kind of feeling. Like, no. That kind of feeling. Tsundere? Maybe that's tsundere. I don't. Stop. I am holding composure. Everything is fine, alright? Wink wonk. To a particular someone. Hey.
Good girl asterisk head pat.
Oh my god. Okay, I type in the raid to Kureshu. I'm ready to raid. And I'm ready to get myself some dinner. Tomorrow, I'm not too sure what to do. I mean, of course, tomorrow I will not be able to do Tears of the Kingdom. More Street Fighter? More Street Fighter? I mean... Ooh, that's so tempting though. There's a sense of... More making a way to Diamond. Am I close to being Diamond? I did see Platinum. Secret Raid. That's not a thing still. Okay, I type in the raid to Kureshu raid. Let's do more Street Fighter tomorrow. Why not? Alright? I'm gonna do it. I'll play more Street Fighter tomorrow. So I'll still be 2D. Juri raid. Feet raid. No, oh god. Okay. So before the raid. No. No. Not like this. I don't want to raid feet. Alright, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so. Oh my god, I cannot stop looking at the feet. Alright, appreciate all of you. You guys are amazing. Alright? Know that you guys are all loved, valued, and very valuable. Alright? Love yourself. As I need to do, love myself more. But it's hard. I'm trying, right? I'm trying. So, yeah. Very matter. What do you mean? Hey, I mean it. I mean it. Since I've been through some shit, I think, yeah, everyone is fighting their own fights. I believe it, right? Life matters. It does. So yeah, here comes right to Kureshu. Bam! The first raid into Kureshu. I'm not gonna raid Kureshu's feet. I'm gonna raid his shiny. I mean, he's a dragon. Yeah, he's a dragon. He's a dragon. He has shiny for us. He totally has shiny for us. There's no use hiding it. Wait. Huh? 7:44. Oh, Kureshu is like 1 hour behind me. Kureshu is close to what? Taking shiny from dragon though? Oh, that's where you're wrong. We are not taking shiny from a dragon. We are taking what's rightfully ours. A dragon shiny? That's ours. We, as a kobold, are allowed to take it. Don't worry about it. Right? It's our shiny. We share. I see. Oh my god. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be safe, everyone. Love y'all. I'll wait for the time to go down. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.
Why?
Much love. Much love. Oh god. What? No! I gotta disable this shit. I gotta. No. I'm gonna cry.
Why?